What up, people? What's good? Salute.
Yes, sir.
Yo, what's good, everybody? Salute to the tribe. We're hip hop and comics and hip hop. We're a niche channel. We're a niche channel. And reserved for the best is super dope. I do sell comics. Check me out on Instagram at @6th_element_comic. Peace. Salute. What's up, everybody? This is the 6th element of hip hop. You are in the correct place. Corey Adger, what's up, fam? Peace. My man said he on. Corey Adger is on. Word. So, yes, my name is Reno. I'm your host. Sada is our co-host today.
Hello.
How you doing, Sada?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Our co-host, our other regular co-host, Stu Dog, he's out today. Had a ear infection, went to the ER, so hopefully he'll be good by Saturday. So
yes.
But and then my homeboy from Monday. I don't know if you guys were here on Monday watching the show. Old friend of mine. We just we reconnected, and he's getting into the YouTube thing a little bit, and he's an artist, and he came on the show Monday to chop it up with us. So he's gonna come back today and hang out in Stu's absence as well. So and I don't know, it maybe a few more surprise guests might pop in. So stay tuned, man. Just hang out. You never know what's gonna happen. And we got a good show, man. We got some dope things to talk about. We got to cover obviously House of the Dragon episode 2. Y'all know Game of Thrones is my shizzle. It's my thing. That's what I love. Read all the books, watch all the shows, and so this is a very exciting show for me to be into. And this is episode 2, and we're gonna chop that up. And honestly, man, if it gets any better or stays just as good, and if they don't botch the last season like Game of Thrones, this could come away as better. However minute, it could come away as better than Game of Thrones, if not equal. So yeah, all they've got to do is keep going how they are, not make any really bad mistakes, and not botch the final season, like Game of Thrones did. And
yeah, that's big.
Yeah, so as long as they don't do that, man, they're good. And they've already been picked up for season 2.
Yeah, I saw that already. It's only the second episode. I was like, okay.
That's that's very rare. That doesn't happen often. That quickly. But you can send up a prayer of thanks to the old gods and the new. Because the House of the Dragon is already renewed. And we've only seen 2 episodes of the first season so far, but we can now relax and knowing there will at least be one more season's worth of Easter eggs, theories, lore, and oh my God, did that just happen moments and things. And this is, this renewal isn't a total surprise considering how much money HBO is dumping into this show and how many people are watching. The premiere episode broke an HBO record for total viewers at 10 million.
Damn.
Yeah, but it's still good news. And here's what Francesca Orsi, executive VP of HBO programming, had to say about the renewal. She said, "We are beyond proud of what the entire House of the Dragon team has accomplished with season 1. Our phenomenal cast and crew undertook a massive challenge and exceeded all expectations, delivering a show that has already established itself as must-see TV. A huge thank you to co-creator and executive producer George R.R. Martin and co-creator and showrunners Ryan Condal and Miguel Sapochnik. All right, I don't want to butcher that, sorry, sir, but for leading us on this journey, and we couldn't be more excited to continue bringing to life the epic saga of House Targaryen with season 2." End quote. So, and so what we know so far about season 2, and according to the Hollywood Reporter, the first season took almost 10 months to film, with months more work after that on visual effects and all the after the post editing and all that. So the odds that they could shoot and finish another season by the end of next year seems slim, but making it look like you'll probably have to wait until 2024 for more Targaryen madness. But but God forbid, man, I just hope that they are able to steadily drop a season every year. Like Game of Thrones did, and like
they did that. They did it every year. They had a new season.
Yeah. Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. Yeah, it was on for 18, or 8 years, I think. I think it came out in 2010. It was on till like 2018. Yeah, I believe it was definitely a season a year though. Yeah.
Wow.
And this is tricky because we don't know how far into the plot that we're going to get in season 1, because remember, this show is not based on a whole set of books. It's not even based on a whole book. It's based on one chapter of one book. That's, and I mean, like if you listen to the audio book, that chapter is an hour and 45-minute chapter. I mean, it's exceptionally long as chapters go, but still not a ton of content to pull from. So they've got to be very creative, which is the scary part, because that they could go any direction with this thing.
Right.
So it's whereas Game of Thrones, you pretty much got to give it up to George R. R. Martin. It's all him. At least until the last 2 or 3 seasons, which was the problems, which weren't him. But House of the Dragon, same thing. So, but probably anyone who doesn't die in season 1, to be honest. Although we do know that both Millie Alcock and Emily Carey, who play the young versions of Rhaenyra and Alicent, are being replaced halfway through this season with actors playing the older versions of their characters. And that's that. I'm kind of.
So they're doing like a time jump. Is that why that's happening? It's going to be like okay.
Yes. And yeah, and it kind of sucks because Rhaenyra is the actress that's playing Rhaenyra is phenomenal. She's easily the best actress in the show, and but it's it's supposed to take place over a 28-year span in total. And while we do not know how many seasons it will take to reach that 28-year span, we're alerted ahead of time that there's going to be this time jump mid-season, and as such, the 2 young actresses will be written out of the show. Young Rhaenyra Targaryen, Millie Alcock, is I think that she's making this show. Like, I think she's making this show dope. Like, if it wasn't for her, there's not really a standout character, a standout actor. So that sucks for them and for us. But going back, to look at the news stories now, I guess I just totally missed the memo on that. The older versions of these characters and the ones that will likely last the rest of the series after what's supposed to be a 10-year time jump at first were cast before the That's why that's why they're recasting them. I mean, if it was less than that, they could just make them look a little older or make them look a little younger before. But 10 years, they got to recast. And we don't know like exactly when the switchover happens, only that it's before the end of this season and really could be any episode now. To me, this is a bummer because it means House of Dragon will have to say goodbye to its main standout actress. And, where this has been an absolutely star-making turn for the young Australian actress, the 22-year-old playing a 15-year-old on the show. Yeah, she looks very young. She's playing 15. I think she looks more 19-ish, but she's playing 15. She's 22. Even in the just in the 2 episodes that she's put on a powerful display among much more veteran actors. As before this, she had only done a few stints in like a couple TV shows that you probably never heard of, and most people have never seen her. And this is her hitting the big time. And I suppose the good news is that
her breakout.
Right. And hopefully, this will just, she'll jump right into something else big and this will be her catalyst. Even if she's
no.
Especially
if she has like a baby face, they'll probably stick her in some like teen shows or something going forward. She's young, so they got that time.
Exactly. Yep. So what else can I say? So episode 2 was, in my opinion, better than episode 1, which is always a good sign, and just really great. I mean, the ratings are only going through the roof. Just I feel kind of bad for these actors because they're playing the Targaryen family, might be wearing those platinum blonde wigs for a long time, man.
Oh God, that's all I keep seeing in the photos. Just boom, just blonde. I'm like,
blonde. Yeah, a lot of blonde. Yeah, a lot of blonde. Even the one black character is blonde. I think maybe it's gray, but yeah, he's even got the platinum hair, so dreadlocks. Yeah. So while the series has already been renewed for that second season, people were more interested in watching the second episode of the Game of Thrones prequel than the premiere. Like that's like all these signs, man. This thing is it's lining up to be a real phenomenon. I mean, this for the anticipation of the second episode to be bigger than that of the first, which was already monumental. It was Game of Thrones prequel. Oh my God. So that tells you a lot. I think that says a lot. And which means that the audience jumping up to from 10 million people to 10.2, which means the Targaryen Civil War could last for some time, and this show could really end up being as long as Game of Thrones. Hopefully they end it right, which I'm sure one of the advantages that this show has is Game of Thrones already showed them what not to do.
We'll see.
Yeah, so hopefully they're smart enough and paid attention, and Stu's idiom of Hollywood ain't that smart hopefully won't hopefully,
fingers crossed.
fingers crossed, because this is definitely a show I've been waiting for. I know a lot of people have. And let me see what's up. Diamond Onyx is back. What's good? It's been a minute.
I know, right? I'm used to seeing the message.
I know she was
flashing the like.
I know, right? She was a regular. She was a every show all the time. But I don't know. She got busy, man. But people are already saying that brother that left in first ESP is the Ice King from Game of Thrones.
The theories are running rampant.
I don't know. You mean the same actor played him, or they're saying that that's the character, because it definitely cannot be the character. The Ice King came to be way in the past before. I mean, yeah, centuries.
Probably the second.
Yeah, centuries before this, so it wouldn't be there. But if it's the actor, I'm not sure.
Some theories that they come from people who just haven't watched the show in full scope, so they just theorize the most ridiculous things. It's like, okay, yes. You didn't watch the show, and that's all right.
Right. Yeah, and that would be, I mean, even or not, definitely haven't read the books too. So.
Oh yeah, ugh, that's worse.
Yeah, but yeah, because the Ice King came about in the time of when the first men came to Westeros, before the big houses and the families and all the politics and like primitive guys had just came over, maybe kind of how like the Vikings first came to the new Americas, that kind of era for that equivalent. And then there were these beings that they called the children of the forest, because they were short, but they weren't necessarily children. They were hundreds of years old,
right.
Like these little elf guys in all nature and stuff like that. So they ended up going to war with them because they were cutting down their trees, and so they were they were attacking them, and so they had this big sort of battle all the time. Not a big battle, but they were always fighting. And so the children of the forest, using their magic, took a piece of dragon glass, which is like obsidian, in the shape of like a dagger, and pushed it into the heart of a human man, and that turned that human man into the Night King, which was the White Walker, the king of the White Walkers, the guy that made all the dead bodies reanimate. He's the big bad villain of Game of Thrones. But this happens way in antiquity, like ancient days. So, definitely nowhere near around the time of this show. So couldn't be couldn't be the same character. Could be the same actor. But yeah. So but yeah, the second season, or the second episode, pretty much, it killed the hype. This is one of the much hyped shows in recent times.
Yeah, that and the Lord of the Rings show.
Yes, and so there you go. Great segue, because yeah, but no, they so that show is getting great reviews already.
Yeah.
They're talking about first reviews. They're saying that it's phenomenal. The critics largely agree that it's very good, but we don't know how to take that with a grain of salt or what, or what the fans are actually going to think. Can we trust these critics who have said this? We don't know, because there's a lot of speculation.
Yeah, I think it has like 90% on Rotten Tomatoes, or like 93 with a couple of
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Last I saw, yeah, it had like 90%.
Yeah, that's big. So yeah, it the speculation is that it's going to be a super woke fest, and that's the big fear. Other than people worried that it's going to be a big woke fest, that it's I think $1 billion season. They spent more money on this show than I think any show's ever. It's the most expensive show of all time in history. God. Yeah. So they're saying like it's visually stunning and all of this.
It damn sure better be.
Right. But the question is like, is that enough? Like,
right.
Is just being insane to look at gonna be enough with this, the anti-wokery aspect? You never know. So they've got a lot to, because people are speculating that the show's not going to line up with Tolkien, with the original works, with the Lord of the Real books and stuff, and they think that they're changing. They're going to deviate way too far from the literature, and based on things they've said, not just for no reason, based on things they've said. People are going, well, you're clearly not. This isn't based on the books.
You always got to be aware of when the writers, they talk about like unnecessary changes they're making. I was aware of that for She-Hulk, and I learned my lesson. So you always got to be aware, like always. It's not necessarily the best sign.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, you gotta be careful. But yeah, I mean, the show, and I'm glad they're kind of House of the Dragon though, and I'm glad they're really embracing like the weird stuff from Game of Thrones. If there's one big lasting legacy to Game of Thrones, it's how it made fantasy popular again in mainstream on TV. That was never the case. And sure, we've had the fantasy shows before. Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy made a ton of money and won a bunch of awards, but that wasn't like a series and an ongoing show year after year after year, breaking records. HBO series made Knights, Dragons, Ice Zombies, and all of that appointment TV and all the sex, political backstabbing, council meetings, trials by combat. We're window dressing to make the audiences fall for the epic story of the kingdom in disarray as it discovered the return of magic. As much as Game of Thrones pushed the boundaries of what fantasy could be in prestige TV, it reeked of early 2000s comic book movie with its sort of sort of muted palette and designs, and not dogging it, of course. It's my joint, but this sort of helped sell the idea that it was like, just a fantasy that it was not just a fantasy show like Xena
Right.
Warrior Princess or something, but actually a prestige drama in the vein of Sopranos, on that level, like not just another show, but like what I'm saying, like take out, for example, they turned Dario Naharis from this cool like dude with blue hair and a golden mustache, like George R. R. Martin. The way he described these characters were almost like anime characters. They always had like a
Right.
blue hair or green hair, it wasn't very normal, but the show sort of made it. Everybody's blonde and brunette. Nothing was weird, and they just turned it into just like they made the character into just like a pretty boy with a sword, like.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and they lost but and let's not forget the crime, the
You should bring that
atrocity
back.
of turning the great rogue pirate Euron Greyjoy into an emo boy.
No.
Yeah. But thankfully that seems to be no longer the problem. One of the many things that House of the Dragon is doing right is embracing the weirdness of the source material and its more fantastical elements, including its pirates, especially.
Ooh, pirates.
So they've got this new character that this is something I wanted to mention called the Crab Feeder. And the scenes that they've given us so far with the Crab Feeder are very different, very weird. Seriously, like really something that you haven't seen on Game of Thrones. Not at all. It's very unique, and in the best possible way. Like I said, man, I'm really I will stand by the statement that at this point, if this show continues in the way it's going, it could be a contender as even be better than Game of Thrones.
Ooh.
I say that that's a statement, and I say it knowing the gravity of that statement and being a major fan myself. I say it and I stand by it. A pretty good premiere made the world realize that there's always going to be suckers for more Westeros. They could make shows about Westeros for the next however long they want to. The second episode doubles down on everything people liked about the original show, and that means more small council meetings, political scheming, showing the cost of playing the Game of Thrones and how it usually means marrying off literal children for political gain. I mean, they've got the king. They were gonna have him marry this, I think, 9-year-old girl.
Oh,
And
gosh.
yeah, but she doesn't have to bed him until she's 14. So,
Oh,
but
how
yeah,
considerate.
right, yeah, and she was fine with it. It's just the way it
Right.
works. But of course, in the episode, they end up not doing that. But what he does do, and I wasn't gonna do spoilers, but what he does do, is even more fucked up
Oh, no. What
than
did
marrying
he
the
do?
9-year-old. In a way, not obviously, but then there's the standout episode of the episode, the introduction, like I said, of Kragus Drahar, which is also known by the much better and surprisingly accurate name, Kragus Crab Feeder, right? So we first hear of the Crab Feeder in the premiere in episode 1, where Corlys Valerion, that's the guy with the long white dreadlocks, talked about a pirate from the Triarchy, which is the Free Cities, Mir, Lys, and Tyros. All right, there's a pirate from that area attacking the Stepstones, which is a group of islands off the coast of Westeros that Daemon Targaryen ends up taking over, and it's going to be a big part. So the crab feeder's over there. He's attacking that area as a pirate, and though the other lords pay no attention to the warnings of Corlys about the crab feeder, we get to see the gravity of his concerns in this episode. We get to see why he's called the crab feeder.
Oh,
So
I was gonna say, how does he live up to the name?
Right. So his victims, he basically lays them out on the beach or wherever and lets crabs, eat them.
Oh.
And he's like got them tied up half dead, but they're alive while the crabs are, feeding on their flesh. Ghost Blood, guys, do you want to hear House of the Dragon opening song composed by my brother? Absolutely. Hey,
Let's do it.
yeah, bring it on. Okay, where was I? What was I about to do?
Talking about the crab feeder.
Yes, I'm trying to pull you. Because I was gonna show you guys a picture. All right, here he is, crab
yes.
feeder. Yeah, this is the crab feeder. Not.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't. He's not. Obviously, he's not like an egotistical guy. He's not. He's not about his looks. He's got looks like he's some sort of flesh eating disease. There, he's got this sort of decrepit mask. Fan of the opera thing going on. And that's how the scene. They're very creepy scenes. There's no talking. He's not a yeller. He's not yelling. He's quiet. He's like hobbling, around, and he's got his victims and feeding them to the crabs. It's very, very dark, but and a title like Crab Feeder, right? Could mean various things. It doesn't have to be literal. After all, we've heard plenty of cool nicknames in Game of Thrones over the years. But none have been so literal. Like Sandor Clegane might have been called the Hound, but he wasn't literally a dog. And you got Davos Seaworth, right? His name was the Onion Knight. But Aemon Targaryen was the Dragon Knight, wasn't an actual dragon wearing armor. So why should the crab feeder be literal? And yet we're all the much better for it. Indeed, the second episode literally opens with the gruesome, visceral montage of people getting eaten alive by crabs.
Ouch.
And then we learn that this is the work of Kragus Crab Feeder, a name that apparently is rather apt and literal. The pirate is known for staking people on the beach, or either watching them drown or get eaten alive by crabs. Not even in the book Fire and Blood is this literal and specific in its description of Kragus, but it just sort of makes the House of the Dragon even better for it. And this is what I was talking about. So the reason I'm bringing this up is that to show how, even though this whole show is going to be based on just one chapter of Fire and Blood, the writers, showrunners, creators, actors have to be able to expand on that very limited amount of content creatively. And doing things like this is a good sign, in my opinion, that they're going to be able to do that well and pull that off.
You know how many episodes is in season 1?
No, I don't. I don't know how many. They haven't. I don't know if it's been said. I'm sure you could probably Google it.
Yeah,
they might know. Let's see. House of the Dragon episode list. Episodes. Season 1. Let's see if they list them. They usually do. All right, so season 1.
10.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10.
Yeah, it says 10 episodes.
Yeah. Be the first one. Then what was this about? And we know. Yeah. We know the names of the first 4 episodes. So the first one was The Heirs of the Dragon. That was the premiere. This last one that we just watched was called The Rogue Prince, which is also the name of the chapter of another book that has the exact same chapter in it. That's I guess a little Easter egg. And then the third episode that we're going to see this week coming is going to be called Second of His Name, and then the 4th episode is going to be called King of the Narrow Sea. Beyond that, we don't have the names per se. What's good? We got a special guest. What's happening, Blaze?
Hello.
Yo, what's good, bro? How you doing, Miss Sada and Reno? Like,
good.
Same old, different day. You know what I'm saying? New controversy, different days. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no.
Yeah. Nah, cause my boy said you want to come on and clear the air.
Oh, clear the air.
Yeah. At the record straight.
I literally just signed on, so you know what I'm saying. You're gonna have to like catch me up.
Yeah.
You probably had like the show going for a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nah, we just been talking about House of the Dragon, the new Game of Thrones spinoff show.
I seen the first episode. I rewatched the second one about 2-3 times. I'm really trying to get a chance to actually I'm being freaking spoiled. I got freaking thing on the deal. Yeah, so I seen the first episode when I was watching the second one or whatever the case may be. I really couldn't like understand it, if that makes sense, because I'm like watching it, but then I wasn't watching. You know, you're doing a couple things, but the first episode, I loved like just like that whole like, and I really didn't even understand that, to be honest. Like I understand the basis of it. Like, okay, you know, could I like have spoilers, or like could I?
No, yeah. Feel free, say whatever you want.
All right, so cool, right? So like, you know how in the first episode they got the Damon guy, and he's like all like, they say he's like impulsive, and he's like, you know, trying to like kill the other guy. Then the other guy goes speak to the princess, and then the princess, you know, fast forward that, because I'm jumping all over the place, but then at the end, because this is how it was confusing to me, because like, okay, this Damon guy, that's his brother, that's the king's brother, you know, typical kind of backstabbing, more or less quiet council type of stuff, right? Because I've been reading Inferno again, right? So when I'm reading Inferno, it's like it feels like a Game of Thrones, right? With the quiet council, you got 12 people up there, and they kind of like moving these like pieces around. So when I'm watching House of the Dragon, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm like, I bet. Like, so when you see the king and his brother, you know, kind of quote unquote trying to like stab him in the back or whatever the case may be. I kind of wanted to understand, like, you know, where they're gonna take it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm actually like on number 3. That one right there, the third one. I'm on that one right there. Yep, that's what I mean. I already read it before, but I'm just like rereading it and stuff like that. You know, more.
Bro, I love this cover is amazing, bro.
Yeah,
that's Nimrod.
That's literally the one I got, number 3. You know what I mean? So and so I was trying to like really figure out House of Dragon and stuff like that, to be honest, because I didn't even watch Game of Thrones in a couple years, and I didn't read the books or nothing like that. So I'm kind of like, okay, it's like I know they're like, I guess they're Targaryens, right? Because they could.
Yeah, it's a prequel. So this takes place 300 years before Game of Thrones, when the Targaryens are at the height of their power. They run in Westeros. They got the most dragons that they ever have at this point in time. This is at the height, the precipice of the Targaryens' power. So it started like when Aegon came over to Westeros. He conquered the whole shit because he had dragons. They never seen dragons before. He easily conquered Westeros and made himself, you know, king of the 7 kingdoms. Generations go by, and we're on like maybe 170 years before Game of Thrones, kind of midway between the beginning of the Targaryen dynasty and where it ends up with the Mad King and Daenerys in Game of Thrones. It's kind of midway. And that's at the height. So they build up, they get to where we are in House of the Dragon. A civil war occurs between the Targaryens during this House of the Dragon show, and it sort of goes down to downfall from there until they end up getting to the Mad King and being wiped out. So this is the precipice. This is when we get to the peak, and as it goes down from there. So that's what House of the Dragon is.
So how you feel about them making the princess? I guess they made her the queen, correct? Like at the end of the episode 1, they made the daughter.
What they did was they made her the heir to the throne. She's not the queen. She's nothing yet. She's just next in line for if the king dies or whatever, she would become queen. But they plan to replace her as heir as well. He plans to have, you know, other kids and try to have a son, because they don't want a queen. They don't want a female to run Westeros. So they will try to replace her as heir, you know, with a male. Because Daemon, the king's brother, even though he's not the king's kid, he's the king's brother. But because he's a male, he's in front of her in the line of succession. But because he pissed the king off, Daemon pissed off the king and dissed him and everything, the king said, you know what, fuck you, I'm making my daughter the heir. And so Daemon took off, and he's over there, and he took over Dragonstone, and he's running shit over there. He's going to end up fighting the king and all of that. They're going to fight. So that's what this show's going to be about. Daemon and his crew against the king and his crew, fighting over the line of succession. And making Daemon because Daemon wants to be, you know, the heir.
So that's the build up. Okay. See, now I understand a little bit more. I was kind of bugging on that. I'm like, you know, like at least at the end of episode 1, you know, when they kind of like, I thought, you know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, I'll be doing like 4 or 5 things at once. So I'll be watching Game of Thrones on my phone, rolling up.
Yeah. Now you gotta pay close attention, man, to follow it.
Definitely. Oh my gosh, definitely. Yeah. So so like at least from my understanding, when I was like half part of my language, half-ass watching it and shit, I'm freaking I'm like, yo, like they just made this girl the queen or whatever the case may be, and I'm just kind of like, but then I don't know if he's like having sex with her best friend, right? Are they having like when you see when the other guy sent his daughter, and I'm like, like Game of Thrones always got that dynamic, you know,
ancestral, right? So the in Game of Thrones they established that the Targaryens had no problem marrying brother to sister and to keep bloodlines pure.
Similar to like Great Britain and stuff like that back in the day.
Similar to all monarchies, right? Yeah, I mean, royal families have always done that weird shit, and because royal families have always been fucking weird, and they want to keep that. They want to keep the power in the family so bad that they'll literally marry siblings, which I don't know how they not all looking like Sloth from the Goonies, but you know what I mean. But hey, it's a fantasy world, so
my fault. You're talking about episode 2 though and stuff, right?
Yeah, episode 2. So the guy with the dreadlocks wants him to marry his daughter, who happens to be 9 years old. So he wants the king to marry this 9-year-old daughter just to join their houses, knowing that, of course, you know, they're not going to consummate the marriage. He's not going to supposed to have sex with the 9-year-old. But when she turns 14, though, that's when he's supposed to consummate the marriage. So that was weird already, and that was kind of like what the fuck is going on here? This is a little girl, and then. Even worse, what he does is, without telling nobody, he's been talking to his daughter's best friend for a while on the side, but not in a sexual way, just as friends.
And talking about the king, correct?
The king, yes, the king is secretly friends with his daughter's best friend, and so he comes to the council meeting, and the guy with the dreads thinks that he's about to announce that he's going to marry his little daughter, but instead he announces, "I'm going to marry Allison Hightower," which is his daughter's best friend.
See, I didn't even get that far in episode 2.
Messy as fuck. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Messy
because you see, because like, all right, so now you remember like a little when the I don't know if that's like another king or like from another cast. He was writing a letter and he's telling the daughter, you know, go to his chambers and stuff. And she was like, oh, you know, acting all shy. But then it's like, was it like a time skip or something, or like is it like 2 days after you met her, you want to marry her and stuff? Like,
no, they've been talking. I mean, you know, I guess ever since his wife died, they've been talking a little more or whatever. But no, it wasn't just like an overnight thing, but it was still a shock because his daughter had no idea. His daughter's best friend had never mentioned that she has these conversations with her pops, like him, like so. Imagine you're this girl, you're a 15-year-old girl. You find out that your best friend has been having secret conversations with your pops. You had no idea about on the regular, and out of nowhere, they're gonna get married. Your best friend never told you this, never had no hints to it, nothing. Sada, you can imagine this position of her, right, as a female. So that's right. So that's how, you know, that's how it ends up, and then that's where it's left. And of course, you know, Rhaenyra, the princess, she's disgusted with both her father and her best friend. She doesn't know what the fuck to do at this point, and it's that's sort of how they ended it. But Slade, my boy, right here said, you know, he says more about money than power, and that's how you get the term blue bloods. Rich people like to keep their money with money, and that's why they arrange marriages. Yes, to keep it in the family. Keep the Tang money all up in the family. All right, so Ghost Blessed, if you want to hear the fan-made song, just type Strong Fire and you can find it. I can't really do it while I'm doing the show, brother, but if you can pull the link down and type it here in the chat, we can go from there. All right, she trying to bang the pops.
Because that's so foul. So I could definitely see that.
It is. It's horrible. Yeah, that's terrible. It's that's the drama for this sort of season right now. That's what the drama is. That's kind of the plot right now. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about
just
that.
Off of like little context, I feel like the best friend maybe is jealous of the daughter, how for whatever. Now she's gonna get with the pops, slide right into that position that the daughter's in somehow, some way. Just off of no context, but that might not happen. But I just feel like, oh, thanks, Slade. I just feel like that might happen.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
You're probably not far off. And Slade, Stu is he's all right. He went to the ER. He got an ear infection. He's got to go take care of, but he'll be back Saturday probably.
That was the other guy that was here, right? That was
Stu,
here
my co-host. Right. Yeah. So he'll be back Saturday. But so I don't know if she's. You can't really tell. It doesn't seem like she was jealous of the daughter. It seems very genuine. It seems that she they were just close. Her and the pops, they just had a kinship. They were just real, genuinely friends. It doesn't seem to be a power play or anything like that on the part of the best friend at this point. Right. Not to say that's not going to come to be, or that
Game of Thrones that always come to be. It's always
you know what I'm saying?
Always a power play.
Now.
Right, we don't know. Mm-hmm. She might be totally acting and giving us the impression that she's completely genuine with it and may have some ulterior hidden thing that they haven't revealed to us yet. But at this point, all we know is that she's genuine. But the weird shit is that the pops of the friend never told Rhaenyra, the princess. She's finding out at the same time as the rest of the small council, and it's just very awkward. So Stu Dog, dope MC, get better. Word, get better. Yeah, Stu will be good. He'll be all right. All right. When you play Game of Thrones, you win or you die, man. That's right. So that's the quote. Let me see here.
Is that really the quote from the TV show? When you play Game of Thrones, you win or you die? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, she says when you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. There's no middle ground. There's no
very fitting.
Yeah, there's no middle. Yeah, that's the one part you left off, Ghost, but there's no middle ground. That's the last part of that sentence. I'm excited to see how the Civil War plays out. Slade, me too. I mean, I kind of know how it plays out because I read the book part, but you never know if they're gonna follow that because
you read all the books.
Yeah, I got all the books, bro. I got.
Yeah, he's read all of them.
And you read all of them.
I got I got all 5 Game of Thrones novels. I got a side novel called A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. I got the graphic novels, The Hedge Knight. I got the comics. I got an encyclopedia about Westeros.
You're the perfect person to ask this question, right? Because I like it. Like I'm a little bit confused. Well, I'm probably confused about a lot of stuff these Game of Thrones, but there's one part that's really been sticking in my head. All right, so when the king was speaking to, you said she's the heir. He was speaking to her and he said the song of Fire and Ice and about the war in Westeros and stuff like that. He's passing that down like mouth to ear and stuff like that. Like similar to like other esoteric thing. Is that like how it is in the book also? Like so like in book 1, like is that like all the kings they say that to like all the kings like almost like the I don't know if that makes sense like that one. It sounds like a secret, but then everybody finds out. So I wanted to know, like early on, like in the beginning of, let's say, the Targaryens or whatever, those 2-3 sentences was like the power of the kingdom, right? Like that the queen had to hold that secret up with her heart or something like. But I mean,
what sentence? What is it? What's the sentence?
The song of Fire and Ice. So basically, he was telling her like,
right, okay,
what is coming up, and like we're gonna need. The whole Westeros to come together and
Like, well, the weird thing about that is, and the thing that's problematic about that content or canonically is that only works if the king and the successor are cool. But if the king and the successor are at war, you think that this king and they're gonna have a conversation and give each other fucking notes on what to do?
I didn't think about it like that, but because like the reason why that part stuck out so much to me and stuff like that is because like in a lot of mystery schools or whatever the case may be, right? They have like this thing where it's called like mouth to ear and stuff like that. Right. So when he was saying that to the queen, I mean to the head, I'm like, yo, wow, I wonder if back in the days, like, and I say back in the days, but antiquity, 2,000, 3,000 years ago, that was like, you know, part of like that ritual of passing things down and stuff like that. Because, you know, when you look into like Freemasonry and stuff, they speak about Harim Habib. Basically, you know, he's about to die. They about to, like, you know, he's just built the thing and they about to kill him. And he says like, oh, this is the thing. He says like two sentences that this person that gave the next person like all his power and stuff. And it's like, you know, sometimes just that information, like, yo, destruction is on the way and we're gonna need everybody to join together. But that's like, and it seems so like, oh, that's nothing, like, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, back in those days, you know what I'm saying, as a king, you kind of gotta like get the whole village, or what would they call that, like a town. You got to get the whole town on the same accord to go to war. Like, these things ain't that easy. And I think Game of Thrones shows that element, because a lot of people, I think sometimes people are like, oh, Rome, oh my gosh, like I wish I was a king. I was so easy, I could tell everybody what to do. And it's like, you know, with the whole dynamic, and people were still, you know, not believing stuff. You had your rebel rousers, and you had your this, and you had your that, you know. So, you know,
and plus,
cool.
just like our president, the king had a council that often was the real power behind the throne, was really the ones making decisions. The king might be a puppet. The king might be just, you know, the front man. In some cases, like, and in this case, like in this particular king is considered a weak king. Viserys, the guy that's in power in this particular show right now, he's considered a weak king. Very weak, because he's sort of they're able to sort of like manipulate him and shit like that. Walk all over him, that kind of thing, you know. So you gotta be, you know what I'm saying? You gotta, you know, you never know. You never know who's really running shit in this shit.
Yeah, we. But what was that other guy name from the other game? With what, like the super slick one? He's like slim, not the one with the bald head. He was like he had like a shortcut. Oh, I forgot this dude's name, and he was like selling the girl. Oh man, I forgot that dude's name, man. Oh my god.
What was he doing? I can tell you who it is exactly. Tell me something about it.
He's from the original Game of Thrones, right? He was like the kind of like manipulator guy. He stood all the way up until like the 7th season, I believe. Somewhere amongst like the last episodes, he got killed. And
the bald guy,
not the bald one, the other one, the one with the hair, not the bald guy. Remember, another one who kind of sold the daughter, and he was like helping people out. Nah, not the short guy.
He wasn't like a big character. He was just Illyrio. Talking about the guy that Daenerys and her brother was staying with, the one that sold her to Khal Drogo.
All right, not him. That's the other guy. Remember, they was on the other side of the world. That guy right there was on the other side of the world. This guy I'm talking about, he was in Westeros. He was in Westeros, and he used to be with the queen, used to be with that whole family. He was like slim set. He was like a slim guy and stuff like that. And he was I don't know.
Oh, Lord Baelish, the pimp.
Yeah.
He owned brothels. That's what he's a pimp.
Yeah, and he had the hair and stuff like that. Yeah. That guy.
Mm-hmm. What about him?
Damn, not.
Now we've established who we're talking about. What about it?
I forgot what I wanted to say about it. I forgot what I wanted to say about it, man. Oh man, I forgot what I wanted to say about it. But it probably was something I just wanted to like know, it's like origin story or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because that guy was pretty cool to me. I don't know.
Yeah. That's right, Pops. Littlefoot. That's right. Exactly. Yeah. But I don't know what he was asking me about him, but
I honestly I forgot that question. I ain't gonna lie about it. As long as it took us to find out who he was, man. You know, I'm smoking weed, and you know what I'm saying. I still got other things in my mind and all that. You know, but you know, shout out to Game of Thrones.
What we was talking about right before you came, we was talking about the crab feeder, that character that's in the very beginning of episode 2. Where you show him, where they have all the bodies laid out on the beach and the crabs are eating them, and you remember that part? So this guy,
I seen like literally that. You know how you just, you know how that is. You just like, you know, I seen that part though with the crab, like they woke on the beach and stuff like that. I didn't know exactly what they said or nothing, but I seen.
Well, this is what it is. You see this guy on the screen. That's the crab feeder. So he's like this pirate guy, and he's attacking the Stepstone Islands, which is going to become very significant in this show. So he's a pirate, and he's but like, so A Song of Ice and Fire is obviously full of like the weird magic and characters from like the Last Airbender type mages that manipulate elements, to the alchemists. You had old Valyria. We had the wizards that used the blood magic. the priests, the fire priests, priestesses. Um, so do we think crab feeder is magic? No, but wouldn't it be cool if he could speak to the creatures or whatever, and that's why he feeds the humans to the crabs, because he's sort of connected with them. It wouldn't be that surprising. But let the crab feeder be. I think for a few more episodes, let him slowly conquer Westeros, one crab at a time. But until he arrives in King's Landing with the big army of soldiers and crabs. But what are dragons when you could send 1,000 crabs to slowly eat them? But
jeez.
let's go further. Let's literally dive into the weird piracy aspect of the franchise. If we got robbed by Euron Greyjoy, right, the E-boy that they made him into, let's explore his ancestors and the weird things they did. Right, there's a spin-off in development focused on the exploits of young Corlys Valerion. That's the guy with the dreadlocks that wanted the king to marry his daughter. So he's a sea captain. He's known as the Sea Snake. He's got a huge story. He's like Westeros' Sinbad, the pirates sailor, Sinbad. So the sailor. So that's a spin-off that's in development. And
Really?
yeah, let that show get weird, HBO. But let us see Valerian meet Cyclops and mermaids and creatures out there. Let the crab feeder be just a minion of like an even cooler, more menacing villain that controls the creatures of the sea. Bring some kind of like Aquaman type guy to Westeros. You know what I'm saying? Don't be ashamed. It's a fantasy show, right? Embrace that shit. Let the crab feeder just be a sign of things to come, man. Like, this. It could.
You think they may do that?
I
Lean
think
into him, as Slade said, be like a Dr. Doolittle with the crabs.
Yeah, I don't no, my point no, but my point was like that I wouldn't put it past them. Like they could that wouldn't be the weirdest thing that they've done. But I'm happy that this show is turning out to be just as weird and cool and dark and the stakes are just as high as Game of Thrones. I'm digging that. Yeah, so that's just but the royal family at a royal family at the height of their powers, political rivalries threatening to tear them apart, and the blonde Targaryen princess with a good claim to the throne. If we didn't know any better, I'd say that House of the Dragon has too much in common with its predecessor, Game of Thrones. Luckily, I've been paying enough attention to catch the many times that the creatives behind the new HBO series have pointed out the differences between the original and the prequel. Like House of the Dragon, it might be sending us back to Westeros, but we're in a very different Westeros. It's a very different era of this sort of troubled realm. Just look at the Iron Throne. The original, the throne in in Game of Thrones was just that one chair with the swords. In this show, the swords spread out, all across the ground, which is accurate to the book. So this is that book I was telling you. This is that sort of encyclopedia joint right here. It's called
Ooh, that's a thick book.
Yes, The World of Ice and Fire, Untold History of Westeros and the Game of Thrones by George R. R. Martin. And they show you a picture of what the throne.
Who's the showrunners though for this one? For
actually look like.
It's the same ones as the last one, or
no. These guys, these guys are different. They did work on Game of Thrones, but they weren't the showrunners of Game of Thrones. That was David Benioff and D.B. Weiss. But they no, these guys, it's different guys, but they're just as qualified. They're definitely qualified. They know their shit. Damn, I'm trying to find this picture real quick because it's dope, man. So the throne, as we seen it in the show, is basically just a chair, but in the book, that shit is. There's like stairs on the motherfucker. It's so huge. It's made of 1,000 swords. That throne in the show that we know is probably less than 100 swords right there. But the real throne is made of 1,000 swords.
Which throne talking about? The new one or the the original Game
real,
of Thrones one or the House of Dragon?
The original one that the one from the book. I'm talking about the throne in the book is so
it's
different than the one. It's huge. So
and the one that they showed in Game of Thrones, basically.
Yeah, it's a stack of swords. It's like you see stairs on the motherfucker. You got to walk upstairs and sit on the shit. Like that's how tall. It's a stack of swords. It's super tall. And the House of the Dragon throne is a little bit more reminiscent of that because the swords sort of spread out all across the ground. So just to kind of illustrate, this is a very different time. It's a different vibe. People are different. Just imagine how different America was 200 years ago. How different it would be to be alive right here where we sitting, wherever you sitting right now. 200 years ago, whole different world. Even if you're sitting in the same exact spot. So that's it's Westeros, but it's not the Westeros we know. You know what I'm saying?
I see the picture of the throne that you're talking about. That joint is huge.
You found it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Find it in the book. I'm trying to, but yeah, it's huge. Yeah, like damn, I might have a picture of it that I can show you guys. I might have it.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch on Google. It's huge. I'm like, whoa, all the words. Good Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'll find it, but yeah, I bet I can Google it. Mm-hmm.
George R. R. Martin is definitely like one of the like top tier writers and stuff like that.
Absolutely, no question.
So you sound like a reader and stuff like that. So you think like George Martin could like mess with like a Tolkien or something like that? Like they're like in the same kind of category, same breath, or?
Well, I mean, obviously, like I always thought they were very similar. I mean, it's George R. R. Martin, J.R.R. Tolkien. I'm like, this guy must really be inspired.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, like that shit ain't no. I mean, that's.
What if that's like his parents? You know what I'm saying? What if his parents did that? Like, that's his
right. It's possible. You never know. Yeah, but I'm trying to type it.
I know you were searching for it. That's why I tried, like, you gotta keep the comment going. But the thing is, with like as far as like House of Dragon and stuff, they trying to like position almost I think Lord of the Rings September 3rd on Amazon. You gonna watch that also?
Yes, we definitely are gonna cover that show. Just because it's definitely one of the biggest. It's definitely the most expensive show ever made. No one's ever made a show that costs $1 billion a season. This is $1 billion a season show. Yes, Lord, the Rings of Power cost them $1 billion to make. So it better fucking be good. That's all I'm saying. And so far, the critics are saying it's phenomenal, but we don't know how if we can trust that or not, because apparently at the same time everybody's expecting to be a major woke fest, like super woke, and just that's everybody's big fear, that it's just going to be a woke fest and not really lining up with the books, like not really accurate to the books. And but this is the throne. So if you look, it's very tiny. You see the two guards on the left and right of the throne standing at the bottom, at the base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You see the two guards?
I was so focused on the throne.
Right.
Jesus
but
Christ.
See the two guys, that's so you can see how big it is. And then if you look in the middle of the throne, it's got stairs, and there's a little tiny man sitting right in the center at the top of the stairs. It just about that big, right in the middle. Right in the middle of the stairs. So you see, that's 1,000 swords melted together. Whereas, in the Game of Thrones, it was, less than 100 swords, just a chair.
Talk about war. You know what I'm saying? Like last night before I went to sleep, I was watching Forged in Iron or something on Netflix where they make swords.
Oh yeah, Forged in Fire. Yeah, I used to watch that first season of that shit back in the day when it came out.
Yeah, so I was like watching like 2 episodes and like looking at that, it's like, oh my gosh, like it's just like craftsmanship and all that, and then to lose the sword, what it means and stuff, it's like, but in different time frames, everything has like different like like symbology and just like that's a very powerful image though.
Mm-hmm.
Very powerful image because it's just like how much like that just speaks to like just the wars, the constant battles, like those. And that's the swords that they collected. What about the swords that's left there and just what I'm saying? It's like wow.
Well, those swords are literally like after Aegon would conquer an army. After he'd win, he'd collect all the swords of the dead enemies, and that's what the throne is made of. It's made of the swords of his enemies, his fallen enemies.
My son got the ops. This nigga Aegon.
Word.
Aegon sitting on his ops.
I mean, but yeah, history has a way of repeating itself. And George R. R. Martin has always been honest about the fact that he takes inspiration directly from real historical events. Despite all the dragons and magic and prophecies, the world of Westeros has a lot in common with our world. I mean, including the way that moments in time have a way of paralleling others. Like the North is snow, and there's it's kind of like Westeros is America. You've got North America, you've got Canada and Alaska. It's all there up above the wall, and then you got the North is kind of and then it kind of goes down to at the very bottom is Dorne, which is like right by the equator. Is very like a desert area. People there are darker skinned, and then you go out to the east. Just like in our world, you end up in their equivalent of like Africa, Asia, and all of that. And so the world's kind of set up and based on our actual world in reality in a lot of ways. In the first episode of House of the Dragon, Heirs of the Dragon, was working overtime to situate us in a new era of Westeros, and at the same time hinting at the way that this story will get purposefully familiar. And so, like some of the things you'll recognize is when they show the dragon flying over King's Landing. I mean, that's going to be a scene that you're used to seeing from Game of Thrones. So they do stuff like that makes it familiar. So you still feel like it's Game of Thrones-esque. It's not like they don't want it to be a completely.
Hold on. Wait 1 second. Hold on. You just said King's Island, correct? You said that's what you said.
What I say?
You said the dragon flew over King's Island. That's what you said.
King's Landing.
King's Landing. All right, King's Landing. Yeah. That's in Westeros, correct? But wasn't the Targaryens on like the other side of the earth in Game of Thrones? Not House of Dragon, right? When Daenerys, she was on the other side, but she wasn't in.
No, she was over there because she fled Westeros. She was in exile. So if you want to go break down the history, way back before the Targaryens came to Westeros, before Aegon conquered, which is going to be 300 years before the Game of Thrones show, they were in a place called Old Valyria, which was way out in the east, which was out even farther out than Daenerys was in the show out. And then something called the Doom of Valyria happened, which is never explained what the Doom of Valyria is, but by the explanations of the accounts, what it was a big fucking volcano exploded and killed the town, killed the whole place. So the last family that survived from Old Valyria was the Targaryens, because Aegon had already left and took his dragons to Westeros, and he had come here and he conquered Westeros, and then the succession, the whole Targaryen reign pretty much is in Westeros. So that's where they're from. Aegon does his whole he's the king of Westeros, all his kids in succession, all the way up to the Mad King in Game of Thrones, right before Game of Thrones, the Mad King, and then Robert's Rebellion. So King Robert from Baratheon from Game of Thrones, him and Ed Stark, they go after the Mad King to take him off the throne, usurp the throne, and kill the rest of the Targaryens. Robb jumps on the throne. Daenerys and Viserys are spirited away by someone and taken and brought to way out to the east, away from Westeros, so that they can live. So they're the last 2 living Targaryens alive. They get married, and then she marries Khal Drogo. Then Khal Drogo kills Viserys, and then Daenerys is the last Targaryen, so we think. And then we find out that Eddard's sister had a kid with Rhaegar, and that's Jon Snow. So we find out Jon Snow is the last Targaryen. Blah, blah, blah.
But at least she had a legitimate claim to the throne. You know what I'm saying? Because of the see now you
break
actually
it down.
You made it all make sense though now. Because now I'm like, okay, now I understand where I'm at. So now I can actually watch episode 2. And you know what I'm saying? It's going to hit different. You know, when you know the show, that shit hit you in your soul. You be like, oh, you talking like the theme song hitting different. You feel like you about to go to Westeros for real.
Exactly. And after a brief history lesson on the state of the royal line of succession, we're introduced to Westeros, and more specifically King's Landing, where there's a good chunk of this new story, you know, is going to take place. And you'll remember this, you know, as the capital of the 7 kingdoms, home of the Iron Throne, the city where Daenerys eventually, you know, burned all the people, and at the end, and you know, where Cersei and the Lannisters and all of that shit. So it's all, but you know, and it's hard to look at those red rooftops, you know, and not remember, you know, the ringing bells as Dany broke, you know, and you know, burned all the innocent people, especially since House of the Dragon takes special care to remind us of, you know, that finale. Princess Rhaenyra flies over King's Landing in shots that are very reminiscent of Daenerys flying over and taking the city. And so it feels, you know, all the more powerful because this premiere episode or these first episodes are directed by Game of Thrones alumni, the Bell's director, Michael Sapochnik. So guys that directed Game of Thrones episodes are directing these episodes and as the showrunners of these episodes. The guys that are doing this show are from Game of Thrones, but they weren't the showrunners at the time, but now they're the showrunners of this. So, but on both occasions, he draws special attention to the people on the ground with the dragons flying overhead. And when it was Dany, they marveled at and screamed, you know, at the terror. But 172 years before Daenerys, dragons are a common occurrence, and Targaryens are rulers, and people are cool with them, and nobody's scared. Nobody runs. No one turns their faces to Rhaenyra with dread. In fact, they barely even look up at all. They couldn't care less. Dragon flying over town, no big fucking deal. Real normal happens all the time. And speaking of familiar places, Rhaenyra's flight ends with us getting a glimpse at the dragon pits. When we saw the dragon pits in Game of Thrones, they were ruins. They looked how the Colosseum in Rome looks now, right? In our world, that's how they looked in Game of Thrones. But in this, they're fully intact. They have a roof. It's a full building. So you won't recognize the building because it's in its full, you know, context. It's not ruins. And you know, not just because of Daenerys' descent into madness, you know, but the dragon pits had fallen apart because there was no longer a need to maintain them. Basically, the dragons had all but died. They did die off because once they started putting the dragons in the dragon pit, putting them in basically the equivalent of a stable for a horse, that's when they began to evolve. And each time they had a new egg, it would come out and be a smaller dragon, and they just got smaller and smaller in size until apparently the last one alive was like the size of a cat, full grown. Yeah, so like they basically got smaller and smaller until they died off because of them being kept in captivity. Because the dragon is supposed to be able to fly where it wants, go where it wants, perch where it wants, land where it wants, do what the fuck it wants. When you start putting saddles on them and harnesses and putting them in stables and trying to domesticate them, you take away the mystique and the magic, and they end up dying. Because if you remember, Daenerys never had a saddle on her dragons. She just hopped on their back and held on to their spines.
And I'm sitting there like, you know, like how does she get her 3 eggs to kind of, you know,
okay, well, that whole thing, see, that whole shit, it's a whole different thing because the dragons in House of the Dragon are natural. They're you know, born the way any other creature is born and created. But in Game of Thrones, those dragons were magic. They were born of magic. They weren't supposed to. Those eggs were supposed to be petrified. I mean, they were dormant. Those weren't supposed to be like real eggs or fertilized eggs or anything. So it's completely magic, the way that those dragons came about. Which is their, I think,
like my party for cutting your wisdom stuff, but like it kind of hits me like deep because I'm really like I'm like a super animal person. I don't have animals or nothing like that. But I am against like, and I don't have animals because I don't believe in domesticating animals, right? I don't feel like animals should be like your pet, like like your quote unquote slave, whatever. So when they do it like that in the show, and it's like that speaks to they can't grow because they're being like domesticated and stuff like that. It's like damn, and you don't really hear much like people kind of speak to like that aspect of the show, like maybe we shouldn't be having so much dogs, like I mean I don't know about dogs, I don't know if but I don't know if dogs supposed to, because I think somebody told me, I don't know if this is true because people be lying to me every time, you outside a lot, people saying bullshit, like yo dogs came from wolves or something like that, and then we domesticated them. That's why they call dogs something. I don't know, but like I don't know, like so that kind of hits home to me. I don't be like nothing like that neither, like what I'm saying, like it's the fashion stuff, but I wouldn't wear like a dead animal or nothing because it's just like
I feel you. No, not to cut you off, man, but where's Slade Wilson at, man? I think somebody needs a death stroke, man. Slade, man, hit him with that death stroke, Slade. Hit him with that death stroke, Slade. Where's Slade at? Slade is my moderator. Yeah, I think it's somebody. It's time to get that death stroke, Slade. Hit him with that death stroke.
Got to block somebody out there. I can't even see what's on YouTube. I wasn't looking at it.
Somebody acting a damn fool. I don't know. Maybe Slade ain't here. Let me.
Nah, I don't got. I probably got to cut on like comments or something. I don't like a lot of times. I'm not gonna lie, man. I do not focus on like not like the audience, because like you gotta have your opinion. You gotta know what you want to say. And everybody gonna react. Because they don't really. Everybody gonna react based on their perspective, and they don't understand. And I'm want to go off into like a whole different freaking tangent, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, but I don't, you know what I'm saying? So you don't ever let like the comments and all that. Don't ever let like the live chat people.
Oh, never that. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, if that get to you, then you just the wrong. You shouldn't be doing this.
Sure, right now.
Yeah, this situation is like once a blue moon.
Very rare. Yeah, very, very, very rare. Yeah,
I'm going through a situation with Latin hip hop and stuff like that with Fat Joe and all that. I posted a video, Crazy Legs. Was like,
I was gonna say what. Let's talk about that. You had something you really wanted to talk about.
Oh, yes.
All right. So are you familiar with
No, I don't have no idea what you're talking about. So you break it down to us.
I'll break that from the beginning. All right, cool. Could I share? I think I could share the screen on this, right? Let me see some. All right, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send the file over so y'all can see the first initial like.
If you email me something, I can share it with people. I can show it on the screen. That's right, Slade. Hit him with that death stroke. Death stroke, keystroke.
As I'm getting this together and all that right here. So
good. Yeah.
Basically, it's a show called Euphoria on HBO.
Yeah, I watch Euphoria.
Mm-hmm. And I think I watched like the first episode, but I didn't follow it.
You're not missing much.
Yeah, somebody basically it was like, it's probably not for you. It's not a bad show, but it's probably not for you.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to summarize it.
I mean, it's like a kind of like a generation.
I think it's like for young kids, right? It's for young kids. It's for younger kids, maybe like teens, maybe.
I would argue maybe
that's the target audience, but Drake, I think like that's like Drake and stuff like that. So you know what I'm saying? Like it's
I know it's
like Skins, but watered down. Skins, but watered down. That show. It's like that.
Okay.
Basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like drugs and sex and teenage debauchery. Yeah.
Wait, there's a show called Sim. Who?
No. Skins.
Oh, Skins. Oh. All right, so yeah, right. So it's just like show whatever. It's like some little like white high school show, whatever the case may be. And three of the people on the show. All right, so I'm emailing this because I can't upload. What's your what's the email?
Here, let me
Yeah, just
right.
put it in the private chat.
I got you.
But
yeah,
more or less. Matter of fact, Beach Pie, you know what? We're gonna do. I'm emailing you Euphoria stuff or whatever. Boom. I'm gonna speak on the Latin hip hop situation.
Yeah, the Latin hip hop. That's what we want to talk about.
Boom.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Boom. Yeah. So, let's start from the beginning. Boom. Fat Joe. Let's rewind a little bit. Busta Rhymes said that Caribbeans created hip hop. Now we don't know Kool Herc is not the creator of hip hop, but he is like
the pioneer, first one to do the party jam.
He's like credited with it. You know what I'm saying? Like because he kind of legitimized it. He made sure that everybody had a place to go to. He had the big speakers.
He did the rec party. He started playing the break beats and all of that.
Yeah, exactly. But there's other DJs before him was playing break beats and stuff like that.
Right. But they just didn't get that publicity and all of that. But that 1520 Sedgwick and the flyers and all of that, and it was actually some girls' party and like a back to school party and shit. That was the first. That's when they credit as the first jam, as Kool Herc's first jam. But obviously it wasn't even his first jam. It definitely wasn't the first park jam, and it was other DJs doing it. And it was Latinos out there.
Yeah, it was Latinos out there. Right. All right, so cool, right?
There's Italians out there too.
Yeah, they say that, right? But this is
we was there. I'm telling you, my family's from Queens.
All right, hold on. Let me email you these pics real quick, and then we're gonna speak on that. Yeah. So now, like I was saying, now I'm maybe they was there, maybe they wasn't, right? And only reason why I say maybe they was and maybe they wasn't, because in the 70s it was not like a prevalent thing for Hispanics or Italians or Latinos to really be in hip hop, right? They was more like disco, whatever, salsa, whatever they was doing,
right.
Lobster stuff, whatever the case may be, still calling people niggas and all that shit. That's cool. Whatever they was doing back then, But
that's actually not exactly true. Blacks and Italians were actually working together all the time. That's something that the movies perpetuated, that the mob was super racist and all of that. Like even if you go watch Sammy the Bull or Michael Franzese, they got YouTube channels and shit. They talk about it all the time. They're like that shit is.
Pull up a Michael Franzese interview. Pull up a Michael Franzese interview right now where you say that, so I could debunk that bullshit. Because I could pull up.
I'll do it after.
I could call an OG. Fuck pull up. I could call an OG nigga from Harlem right now. Be like, what? I got you. I knew Malcom X, bro. Like we was going. This is real. Like what do you know what I'm saying? But that's different. Right, because
I'll send you the actual interviews.
I don't want to get off the subject of like hip hop, because like I said, Crazy like said it himself, like and the moral, like the real subject of debate is that foundational Black Americans or Black Americans created hip hop. We're not saying y'all wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's okay. Like okay, cool. Y'all was in the audience. That's cool. The problem is that Fat Joe said that Latinos and Black people created hip hop 50-50. And we're like, whoa, that's not true. But that's why I said I wanted to take it back to the Busta Rhymes statement, because when Busta Rhymes is like, Caribbeans created hip hop. Now I'm half Jamaican.
Technically that's what they say. That's what they say. They say the Caribbeans really started it. I mean, I think it's more of it's an American thing. It's hip hop is 100% an American art form.
Yeah, and started by Black Americans, and that's all Black. Listen, the fight right now that we're fighting for. This the fight. Let me tell you the fight we're fighting for. The world to know that Black Americans started hip hop. That's all. That's all we want anybody to say. It's really not even that hard. Like really not that complicated.
It's not. You know and I'll break it down like this. Like so, the whole shit with remember Eminem and what's his name, my man Lord Jamar, guests, white people and white rappers being a guest in the house of hip hop. The way I say it is this: Black people created hip hop Black people own the house. I'm not a guest though. I'm a tenant because I pay my way in this house. You see what I'm saying? I'm a tenant here. I might rent here, but I don't might not own the shit. But I'm not just a guest either. I rent a spot. I'm a tenant here because I've been here since day one. And that's how I break it down. But you're absolutely right. Black Americans own the house. They started it. 100%.
I mean, hey, there's no real difference between tenant and a guest. So if you really,
no question.
Think about it, because you know what I'm saying.
I mean,
if you're gonna go to
sure.
tenant, it is what it is. But you at the same notion, too, look. I think, right, like in 2022, we like society has this problem with calling it what it is. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like, us as Black people, we know like this ain't our country. We say that shit to ourselves every day. We don't make lies about it, nothing like that. We don't say, well, you know, it's whatever, whatever the situation may be, because that's going to like go down a whole different conversation. But we real about the situation, and then we had, I think, like, Eminem, where people got mad at Eminem at was he kind of tried to step over like Black people. Right now, you may not
never said that though. That was his fans.
I'm about to tell you, yes, he did. And I think, and like, a lot of Anglo-Saxon people don't understand how Black people interpret things, right? So when Eminem put out that song "Rap God," he's stating that he's above the king Jay-Z. Like, oh, I'm not even the king. Like, it means like I'm a rap king, whatever. Then Eminem had an interview. I think he may have even said it in the song, whatever the case may be, but he doubled down on him thinking that he's better than Jay-Z by saying like he's the only person who ripped Jay-Z on Renegade, which that is true. That is true, but
and he might be a better rapper than Jay-Z. That doesn't mean that he's not a better rapper than Jay-Z. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm not even an Eminem fan, but I can admit that the man is a lyrical wordsmith. He's one of the best to ever put words together. No question. It's just that his voice and his content just really isn't for me. But I can admit and I can know and I can recognize his talent by all means. But he did say, and I can send you that interview too, where he said that. He said, Lord Jamar, he was like, I never would say that I was. He said, I never said I wasn't a guest. He said, I never said that I started. He never said, I never said Black people wasn't. He said, I never disagreed with him at all. He's like, I agree. Eminem agreed. So it was his fans and the rhetoric and all of that. But Eminem straight up agreed with Lord Jamar in the interview.
But see, of course, Eminem's going to say
Eminem did have that song about Black girls where he was doing that shit where they remember you heard that shit where
Eminem said the N-word. We disregard that. Every white person that ain't even you didn't put that in the closet, you didn't hung that up and got it out of here. You get what I'm trying to say?
And Black people, honestly, Black people,
but you got to understand, right? When we forgave that, and you come down and say, I'm a rap god, it's like, oh, now you're spitting in our face. Now we have to let you know what you are in this culture. You get what I'm trying to say?
I understand what you're trying to say. If he said I am the one and only rap god or the god of rap, but he's saying I'm a rap god, like as if there was the pantheon of Olympus and there's several gods. He's one of the rap gods. He's not saying I'm Zeus, but he's saying I'm one of the rap gods. You see what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying, but I don't think he's saying like I'm Zeus, like I'm the god of gods. He's just saying I'm a rap god. And if there was a pantheon of rap gods, I think he might be in there. He might be Mercury or something. He ain't gonna be one of the top ones, but he up there. And he's got to be
how would Eminem be in the rap gods if he's not even in the top 5 MCs of all times?
Well, that's an opinion.
This is what Black people was talking about. You see, like this, how we look at like, dude, how you a rap god and you're not even like. Nobody listens
because to you. A lot of people.
Dude is delusional, but Eminem lives in the studio. Eminem,
because I've heard,
but Eminem don't go outside.
No, so but listen, I'm gonna tell you. I've heard Cool G rap. I've heard Rakim. I've heard a lot of the greats say that Eminem is one of the best to ever do it. And I've heard a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people, black, white, whoever, put him in their top 5. All the time. You can look up all the top 5 lists online that you want. Him is always going to be up there in the top 10 somewhere. Now, I think everybody should have 2 top 5s. I think you should have the top 5 MCs you like to listen to the best. These are your favorites. And then you should have a top 5 of the 5 MCs you admit would be the 5 you would send to another planet to represent us in a rap Olympics in the universe, right? The greatest to ever do it. They might not be your 5, right? But these are the 5 you know are the right. So like my top 5, I know these are not the greatest rappers to ever do it. My favorite rapper is Ghostface, Raekwon, AZ, Nas. Like those are my favorite rappers. I don't think they're the best to ever do it. They're just my favorite. Now I also have a top 5 of who I think are probably the best wordsmiths to ever do it, and it's probably something like, Cool G Rap, Rakim, Biggie, Jay-Z, those kind of guys. But those wouldn't be the
now,
they might
let
not
me
be the
go-
rappers I
I
think.
don't know if people have that self-awareness.
The first four
but,
name.
um,
My fault. What you said, Sada?
No, I was saying I don't know if people have that self-awareness to have 2 separate lists of their top 5, because at the end of the day, it's really all opinion based.
Right.
Not
That's what I'm
a lot
saying.
of people can really like admit like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, this person, I may not like them, but they would do da da da. A lot
Thank
of people
you.
can do that. So
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, not true
right.
indeed. But even the first 4 that you named, right? They still kind of like make music that you can listen to, right? I don't know if you still listen to them. You get what I'm trying to say? Like it's very hard to listen to Eminem's like last 5 projects.
Me, yes. To me, I don't. His first the Slim Shady shit, I couldn't stand it. I didn't like Eminem from the start.
Good songs. I like some songs. They was like some shit. I said like, now that you brought it up,
I said, no.
I might play that some shit.
Don't get me wrong. Like I said, I can recognize what's dope about them. It's just that I'm not bumping it in my ride. But I know it's dope, and I can listen to it and appreciate it and be like, damn, he said that shit. Yo, that shit was hard. Yo, that song is dope. But if I'm riding down the highway, that's not what I'm putting on the deck. That's what I'm saying. Like, so I can recognize, and the shit is dope, and it was some bangers on there. Absolutely. It's just not for me. Like, if you take Eminem's, one of his first songs called Infinite that he put out way before Slim Shady, that's the Eminem I would have fucked with. If he would have stayed who he was on Infinite, I'd be a fan today. But he didn't. He did the Slim Shady thing.
Right, you wouldn't even believe me. I'll tell you something right this second. You wouldn't even believe me, bro. And you could probably like Google it and stuff like. But some of it you could Google. Right? I swear to my dead girl, if I'm lying down, gonna show me dead right now. I swear to my dead girl.
Oh, jeez.
Yo, Eminem came to my mother's house, right? She used to go out with this guy named Shabam Sadiq. He's a raucous rapper or whatever, like some little underground dude, whatever the case may be. Like you can still Google his name, he still be around and stuff like that.
I know, yeah.
M was actually like running around like New York when he came from Detroit, and he was running around New York with this Shabam Sadiq guy, right? Like the super underground dude, whatever. And he brought Eminem to my house, like he told my mom, like, yo, this white dude's gonna be like it, whatever. Me and my brother, we just in the living room and shit, just like, he really like pay like, you know what I'm saying? It's like a regular, whatever, white dude, stuff like that. Fast forward. You know what I'm saying? Eminem is like on like the TV and stuff like that. My mom ended up breaking up with the guy like because he was like a rapper. He was like a real street dude. She wanted like the real thing. Like he was like, you know what I'm saying? Like my mom. Yeah. And that's how that went, whatever case may be. So you know what I'm saying? When you said like Eminem before Slim Shady and stuff like that, and I don't know, I didn't know if he had a song named Memphis, whatever. But yeah, and if you like probably like research stuff like that, you'll figure out that Eminem knew Shabam, whatever. So that's just like some story, but nobody ever believes. So you ain't gotta believe it either. You have to say nobody ever believes whatever. But yeah, like you know what I'm saying. I think I met some shit. Maybe I probably was dreaming. Who the fuck knows? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. He probably brought some freaking regular freaking crackhead white dude and said, yo, this the rapper, you know what I'm saying? My guy from whatever, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, boom. Because we all got the subject of the Latinos and hip hop and stuff like that. Because I wanted to really clarify my statements on that, right? And I mean, I can clarify my channel, but I wanted to speak and get some like an opinion from a person like you who's gonna give like your feedback and your pushback and stuff like that, right? So, Crazy Legs, okay. Like I said, Busta Rhymes said what he said. Boom. Fast forward, Fat Joe says what he says. Fat Joe ends up saying, Latinos and black people created hip hop 50-50. And people like, whoa, like Latinos in hip hop, Crazy Legs, Charlie Chase, everybody, they was in hip hop, but they didn't create hip hop. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't even kind of like, a lot of the older Hispanic people at that time was calling the quote unquote jungle bunny music, as like Charlie Chase said in one of his interviews or whatever the case may be. That was like our main argument, like, yo, why, every time like black people create something, we can never get our credit for it. We let white people take rock and roll. We let, we got Harry Styles trying to say he's the king of pop when that's Michael Jackson's title. Like, why every time like we do something, people kind of want to intrude and kind of kind of like overstep. So now we like want to protect our black.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's called the greatest form of flattery is what? Imitation or emulation. That's all it is. It's like, oh, this shit is so great. I want to do it too.
That's because we always
like you got Elvis.
for some
Right.
reason.
Well,
We
Elvis
always
came
have to
along.
care.
Elvis came along and they said, here's a white guy doing this black music that now white people can listen to and admit to their friends that they like it because he's white. That's what Elvis did. He was not the king of rock. He just was the first white guy to say for white people to be able to like rock and roll and admit it to their friends because he's white. That's what, and that's kind of, Eminem is kind of the, but we I don't want to get off subject. So yeah, get back to what we was talking about.
So boom, right? And you know, we can have that conversation of white people not want to give black people resources, right? Like, you know, they would rather imitation of a black artist and fill his pockets and actually give the real, then contribute to the real deal and feed a black people. That's different for different day. Anyway, so Fat Joe said what he said, and you know, and black people push back or whatever, you know. One of my personal leader, Tariq Nasheed, you know, I follow this man deeply, and I feel like everybody should follow this man.
What's his name?
Tariq Nasheed.
Show that book again. Foundational Black American Race Baiter. All right.
Yeah, and you know, after that, I'd probably read like, you know, Elijah Muhammad and stuff like that. That's like different thing. But, yeah. So Tariq Nasheed, you know, he posed the question and basically blew up the conversation to say, nah, you know, there was no Latinos who created hip hop. Yes, y'all was there, but just because y'all was there, y'all wasn't credit for like creating something and stuff like that. And which is, you know, Star, he got on his show, and this girl named Jen from the block, she's a Bronx, older Hispanic girl from the Bronx, whatever the case may be, kind of chicken head or whatever. And she's like kind of amping the situation on Star. She ends up calling up Crazy Legs. Crazy Legs says himself, listen, Black Americans created hip hop.
That's from a Latino hip hop legend, Crazy Legs.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, I reacted to that video, and you know, people still don't want to. A lot of people still go against. There's a dude named Radical Latino, another Bronx kid and stuff like that. Whatever the case may be, from over there by Tremont. Well, you're not from the Bronx, so, but he's from over there by where I used to live at. And you know, he chops it up and try to like flip it around and try to like, you know. And it's just, you know, I wanted to get to the bottom of that. Okay, cool. You know, black people created hip hop, whatever the case may be. And I really feel like, you know, that situation should be set in stone. You know, we have a $5.5 million museum being built by Eric Adams and stuff like that. And right now we need
the hip hop museum.
Yeah, we need to
hip hop museum.
Correct.
Nice.
Yes.
Very nice.
So you know, we take that aspect of it serious. So now we got past that. We already know black people get hip hop. Cool. Right. Now, this is the real question right here.
Okay.
That, you know, people in the chat, I don't know, whatever. Did you got the pictures?
Of what? Oh, you emailed them?
Sorry, yeah. I sent you an email. So
let's see. I don't think so. They didn't come. You sent them to the email I put in the private chat?
Oh, you know what? I didn't even send it.
No.
I didn't think you did.
Nah, because it says like action. So I click send, but it's it told me what size I got to send. So right, let's see. Right. If you don't,
why
get
you
it
sending
like,
them? This is Eminem. This is Infinite, y'all. Here goes Infinite. This is the song. Like I said, if Eminem would have stuck to this style, I'd be a fan today. Check it out. Never mind. It's not going. Hold on, wait.
I was like,
wait. Yeah, you got paid in full.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Thing.
I got you. Yeah, I got you. Let me see if this will work. Oh shit, no.
Audio.
I know. Deliver this through your audio. Get on my field. All right, let's see. Yeah, give me that one more time. Oh wait. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. What if I do that? And then will it play? No. All right. We'll do it like this. We'll do it like this. All right. Can y'all hear that?
Yeah.
All right. And one of y'all rap. That's not Infinite. They lied. That's not even the song. That's not even the song. Hold on. Not even the damn song, man. Here we go. This one is it. All right, that'll do it. I guess this is the clean version, but this is it. Oh, they got to mute the cuss words.
Oh.
Can't just give me the real song, huh?
Nah, you gotta pay for that.
Yeah, right. I travel through your mind until your spine is siren drills. I'm sliming girls and roaches sprayed it.
I ain't gonna lie. Now we kind of got like
his lyrics are great. His rhymes are great. They look great on paper.
So it was like a real hip hop style. Yeah, you kind of like a little bit of AZ right there.
That's that boom bap, you know. That's literally that raucous kind of, you know,
raucous boom bap, right? That's the real. That's the shit.
So what happened to Eminem for you? Was he too commercialized, or just his flow just wasn't? It just
no.
Wasn't
So what happened was Dr. Dre, discovered him and realized that this guy could be his big ticket to the crossover success. And so he's like, do this shit to appeal to the white kids in the trailer parks. Talk about shit that white kids know about. So white America, which is obviously a bigger demographic, gives us more people buying more music. So basically it was like, yeah, do the white stuff. Talk about what. Hi kids, like Primus, want to see me stick 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? Like people don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But yeah, so that's why, like, in that sort of gave him that. So I guess it was just for the success to be commercialized. But yeah, if he would have just stuck to that Infinite style, he wouldn't be he wouldn't be as big as he is at all. He would have remained almost an unknown, or probably just a guy that
he literally would have been the greatest underground rapper ever, probably. Literally,
right.
Eminem would have been the greatest underground. I'm not gonna lie. If he would have been an underground rapper, and
right.
he would have
like Supernat or something. Yeah,
he would have been a different beast. Because he would have had real life experience. Eminem stopped having real life experience. That's why
stopped when he became Slim Shady. Yeah, because they used to be at the hip hop shop in Detroit, which is a big hip hop. You know, he was all in it. Like he used to win the battles and shit all the time, and he was always doing his thing. Right, but once he became Slim Shady,
so he got sucked into the industry, basically.
Yeah,
sucked into the industry, sucked into the commercial. And
of his own success, you know. Like I remember one time I was reading Double XL, and Eminem said he literally got out of his car one day, and literally a fan seen him on the highway and tried to get off the highway so fast that he crashed. And that's when he realized, yo, this fame is different. I don't know if he took a life or something like that, but he just altered somebody's life forever. Just seeing, Eminem, and try to, you know what I'm saying? And I was
yes.
And that was 98, 99, you know what I'm saying? Maybe 2000 months. I'm trying to think. But yeah, now I was reading magazines. I was 8 years, 8, 9 years. Yeah, so yeah, 98, 99.
That's a lot of people think that, Slade. A lot of people think. I know.
And the funny thing is, 80% of those people are trying to get to where Eminem is. So.
Eminem Doom is the greatest rapper of all time. Now, even he's not the greatest rapper, but in my personal, you see how my barbershop arguments, I can't bring him MF Doom.
Nah. Yeah, no.
I'm not in a barbershop. No, one or two people might know him, but it's not
they don't know that they don't know how dope he is. They don't really know how ill he is.
But me personally, who your personal favorite artist? MF Doom, man.
Doom is
don't even
So I got
understand.
MF Doom shit all over the place, man. Doom is definitely one of the gods. I think we did a whole episode when he passed away about him. Whole tribute.
It wasn't
I
that
fuck
like
with
even
Doom.
that was dope. Like how you pass
How
away and don't
word
nobody even know like
and find
yo,
out
that's
find out he
right
died on Halloween and shit. It was crazy, man. And you know what was so ill about Doom, man? Like he embodied that hip hop in comics like nobody else. And he wasn't just MF Doom, and he didn't just wear the Doom. He did shit that Doom would do. He sent imposters to do his shows. He would have a guy perform in the mask, pretending
Facts,
the whole concert.
facts.
Nobody in the
MF
audience would know.
Doom.
The whole concert, he had Doom bots.
Damn.
Doom bots. That shit is.
Yo, I ain't
I was
even
like,
thinking about it that deep, but that's 100% fact though. Yo.
you know what I mean? Like cats was mad, fans mad. Like they were thinking he was doing it like he was being lazy or something, or he was just trying to scam them out of ticket money. And I'm like, nah, y'all not understanding how deep what that means. He's he's Doom for real. That's what Doom would do.
That's
You know,
how
how many
deep you should
times
think.
did the Fantastic Four beat Dr. Doom, end up whooping
But it
his
wasn't
ass,
for
and
Dr.
find out it
Doom.
was a robot? It was a fucking robot. All
Next
the time.
issue.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Doom was ill, man. Doom is one of the illest. No question. No question.
At the time when I was doing, I wasn't even a comic head like that. Like in 2005,
Right.
throw days,
Me
like
neither.
I was anime. That's when I was like manga. That's Naruto when
Right.
like or
Right.
Shippuden and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's when
Mhm.
still had they monthly magazines and things like this thick for like $5.
Mhm.
Get 700 pages of manga, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, Hikaru no was it Hikaru no Go? It was Hikaru no Go, Naruto and One Piece, and they have like 3 issues of each and all that. You know,
Yeah.
so,
You fuck with this?
that yeah, my Hero Academia. It's
That's
getting
my
crazy
shit.
right now. I don't know
Yeah,
if
bro.
you're into it, you know what I'm saying? But that
Oh,
like
I'm heavy into that shit. They just they finally revealed All for One's plan for Erie. So if y'all not follow, My Hero Academia is my favorite anime just because of the fact that it's the creator pretty much based it on the X-Men. It's basically like the X-Men in anime form. It's basically like quirks are mutant powers. The everybody, like 80% of the population, is born with some, you know, sort of ability. They call it a quirk. Be same thing like a mutant power. And you know, they some of them become heroes, some of them become villains, but a very, very small percent of the population is born with no power at all, no quirk. And this one kid that's born with no quirk, he's a fanatic of superheroes. He no wants nothing more in the world than to be a superhero. But he's got no quirk, he's got no power, but he's got all the bravery and selflessness, and he'll put himself at risk to save people. And so the biggest superhero, number one superhero, this guy right here, All Might, he's got a power. He has a quirk that is actually passed down from superhero to superhero. So it's actually he can transfer it from himself to someone else. And he meets this kid Deku, and he sees the passion in him. He knows that if this kid had a power, he'd be fucking unstoppable. So he gives him the power and basically trains him. And the whole story is called My Hero Academia because it's the story of him in superhero school learning to become a superhero, and it's basically the story of how he becomes the number one hero in the world. And right now, the main villain, so that superpower that All Might is able to transfer to him is called All for One.
No, was it one for one all for one? It's like reverse.
No, yeah, it's one for all. Yeah. So the power he's able to give him is one for all. So it's just Deku, and he's one, and he's for all. The main villain has a power called All for One. And so what he does is he's able to takes everybody, and he puts all the power to himself. So My Hero Academia can put just about any character in danger that it wants, but some are off limits. And from Koto to Inko, there's some people that the manga can't lay finger on, and that the list includes a character named Erie, following her rescue. And of course, that's why fans were thrown into a tizzy months ago when it was hinted All for One had a plan for the girl. And now we finally learned what the villain wants from her. And as it turns out, All for One already has it. So Erie seems to be safe away from the battle. But after its ruin, the Hasaikai is haunting, the heroes with their studies on Eerie. So if you're caught up with the manga, you'll know what's going on with All for One right now, because the way that the manga comes out, the book, like the comic book, so that comes out first, and then then they eventually get it into the animation and put the anime out way later. So if you're reading the manga, you're far ahead of the anime. But the
Yeah,
baddies,
I'm on like 306 in the manga right now. So
yeah. So and right. So the big bad seems to be back in his prime, because he was beaten. All for One was beaten by All Might. He was basically in this cell, and they had him locked up. But he's back to his prime, and his comeback has tipped the scales in his favor now, because it was the heroes were running shit now, and his injuries from the war are gone, and it seems that the handicaps that he gained from fighting All Might have disappeared. So, and thanks to a flashback, fans learning that this reversion was all thanks to Eerie's quirk, and the blood bullets from her former captors made using her DNA, and because she's able to like rewind time for a certain amount of time, and it's deep. But Shigaraki, who is another one of the main villains, stole those refined samples of the chemical that the Hasaikai developed for destroying quirk factors, basically to wipe out quirks, like in the X-Men, where they had the cure that was supposed to kill your mutant gene, make you just a normal human. And so it came to me, and I wasted no time in trying to replicate it. Turns out the substance, that's what he said, and it turns out the substance originated from a person's quirk. So then Dr. Garakai shared it in the flashback. So it turns out that the old man was able to fine-tune the bullets so that they did not erase quirks, but instead rewound people themselves, just like how Eerie did to Izuku. She's able to rewind time for a person, like not really rewinding time as we know it, but that person, time will rewind for them only, if that makes sense. And it can cure them or bring them back to life, whatever. So, and in this bit of rewinding, he said, All for One says, "This bit of rewinding will be the end of me. I'm ultimately doomed to vanish now." And he admits after using the updated bullets, he said, "But my dream will live on as I pass the baton to Shigaraki." Shigaraki's dope as fuck. He's one of my favorite. Yeah, he's the bad guy, and he's the one with all the hands all over him, right? So, so there you have it, right? Fans speculated Eerie would be used in some way to bring All for One back to his prime, and that is what happened in the end. But if there is a silver lining, Eerie did not have to meet All for One to rewind him. And the legacy of the Shei Hasaikai took care of that problem. So now the question remains whether any professional heroes are going to follow in All for One's, suicidal footsteps. But yeah, it goes deep, and I'm sorry, guys, if you have no idea what the fuck I've just been talking about for the past 5 minutes. But if you are into My Hero Academia, that's big news. That's good shit.
Yeah, you just went to like episode. You went to like chapter probably like 350. I think they had either 366 or like they in between either 356 or 366, somewhere up there. But yeah, it's definitely a great anime and stuff like that. If you like Naruto, you're gonna like My Hero Academia, man. I think in Japan they call it.
I think it's different. I think it's way better. I don't even think, even if you don't like Naruto,
this guy right here, this dude's opinions, bro.
Listen though, but I know that I know my opinions are not popular. I know that.
Oh, dude,
it's like that's like
better than Naruto.
You'll never find nobody to agree with me on that. But here's the thing: I'm not really into anime. I'm not really into Naruto. I'm not really into Dragon Ball Z. I wasn't really into that. I only got into My Hero Academia because of its sort of correlation with the X-Men, and it's kind of like a superhero type anime. So that's kind of why I got into that particular anime. I'm familiar with Naruto, and I've watched Dragon Ball Z and all that. I know it all. It's just not my favorite shit.
But that's what I'm saying. You like comics more than anime, or like?
Yeah, I like comics more than anime. Yeah, I'm more of a comic guy. Yeah. And whereas my son, who just turned 18, he's 100% anime. He barely fucks with comics. His whole wall is different mangas. He's got like volumes and volumes of manga. Everything is anime for him. So but yeah, I cover the comics. He covered the anime. So anything I don't know about anime, he knows. And then some.
Why
He's
you
a
think that is though? Like why you think he's more into anime than comics?
because I think this generation is that way. I think anime has really blown up recently for this generation. Like when I was a kid, anime was movies. Like you had Ninja Scroll, you had Fist of the North Star, right? You had these movies, but there weren't really like any ongoing shows that were popular.
And stuff like that.
Yeah. So like Dragon Ball Z and all that sort of came out a little later, and then only recently got very popular. Like Dragon Ball Z was popular enough, but now it's in Walmart, it's all over, it's everywhere. It's Dragon Ball Z Dragon. So anime just has really blown up, I think, with this generation. And just we're
It's
just in
also
the
the
time.
quality,
It's gotten
of the
much better.
storytelling. Yeah, and comics has kind of went downwards while anime has steadily gone up. I find myself more drawn to anime in terms of watching it rather than reading the newest comics, just because the story is a lot better. So,
Yeah.
and it's not trying to push a certain message or anything like that. It's just focused on telling a good story. So,
Yes.
yeah, I think that is that too.
That's very true. Yep. 100%. Yeah, and you know the and there's like streaming services now. You got Crunchyroll, you got Funimation, and those streaming services, they've re-subbed or redubbed. So whereas, remember how anime used to be very bad dubs, like whole conversations of fucking moaning, right? But but they fixed that shit. So they've literally redubbed whole series.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's Dragon Ball Z Kai is basically a remastering of Dragon Ball Z to make it more update for the current generation, to not be like, this is fucking corny. This is stupid. Like, that's cringy. So now they fixed it.
Dub over dub.
So you don't think like anime and comics have like two different ways, and as Sada said, right, they have better stories and stuff like that, of course, but you don't think they have like two different ways of delivering the same message? And I want to break this down a little bit, right? Like in anime, they tell a superhero story, right? You see how you said My Hero Academia is just like X-Men, right? You may not be familiar, but a lot of people see a lot of racism in X-Men. It's been like a kind of low-key debate about different things.
Well, racism. Well, X-Men was based. So Stan Lee created Professor X, modeled him after Martin Luther King, and Magneto was modeled after Malcolm X. So the Brotherhood was Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam, and X-Men and Professor X was Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement. And
that's been debunked, right?
Huh? No, it hasn't been debunked. Stan Lee has said it out of his mouth.
No, Google it. I'm telling you, Stan Lee said it out of his mouth. I'm telling you, he did
say that. He said that.
You're gonna see it in the comments, but that's neither here nor there. Don't worry about that.
X-Men is modeled
you're
after.
You're gonna see it in the comments. I'm telling you, you're gonna see it. They're gonna tell you. I'm telling you.
No, X-Men is modeled after the Civil Rights Movement. That's what it's based on. I mean, that's what the mutants are. It's an analogy for the plight of Black America. I mean, that
was a marketing plan, sir. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, I'm telling you, like, what is the conversation?
I don't agree because I've heard Stan Lee say it himself. And explain it and break it all down. That's where I'm getting this from, out of the mouth of the horse himself, not rhetoric, not videos, not something somebody else told me. I'm literally just taking it from the horse's mouth. So, I mean, you can interpret things in many ways, and maybe so. I'm just telling you what I've, in my knowledge, my information. And
all right, cool.
As a reader of the comic, you can plainly see. You can see it. I mean, you can see it.
So hypothetically, right?
Humans would be white people and mutants would be black people. It's. I mean, you can read it in the comic. You don't even have to.
My Hero Academia, whatever the case may be, right? As an anime, it's not as like covertly racist as X-Men comics now. Kids,
I think X-Men comics are not covertly racist. I think they're covertly anti-racist. I think they're covertly for the people. That's what I think X-Men secretly are, for the people. I think it's disguised as superheroes and monsters and all of that, but what it's really telling you is oppression,
you ever heard of fantastic
human
racism?
Rights. Huh?
You ever heard of fantastic racism?
Mm-mm.
When comic writers use monsters as analogies for black people to make it like, since you can't really speak negatively about black people. You just
Well,
create
they're
a whole
using
bunch.
monsters as analogies for white people in the case of X-Men. Like you have the what's their
Because
name?
middle class white Americans are black people, right? Middle class white Americans with superpowers are black people. Like by Stan Lee's definition, that wouldn't make sense. What I'm trying to tell you, like Stan Lee literally
No, he's
said,
saying
like,
that humans in the X-Men, the humans that hate the mutants and they're scared of the mutants and they fear the mutants' power and they fear their ability, and so because of what they fear, they hate. That whole thing is the analogy of what white America has done with black America. That's what it's showing.
So if Cyclops walked through Central Park with his glasses on, would anybody know he's a mutant?
No. See, but you're talking about, but there's a lot of mutants. There's a lot of mutants that can't hide how they look.
It's not like
Just like no. Because all right, but just like some black people, like what about the black people that quote unquote they're passing as white? So of course there are mutants that can hide the fact that they're a mutant, just like there are technically octoroon and black people that can hide the fact that they're black. But most mutants can't hide the fact they're mutant because they're purple and they got horns or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like most mutants are physically obviously mutants and they can't hide it. Look at Beast. He's blue and furry. You know what I mean? Like that's so in that vein, that is what it's about. Now, you're right. Sure, there are some Cyclops characters or some characters that could take it off. You know what I mean? Just like myself. I am the way I am. I grew up in the black community. I live in the black community. My wife. But if what I'm saying, I know my point.
We're not going there, Reno. No, Reno.
My point.
No, flagrant foul. No. We're talking about.
My point is that if I put on a suit and want to look like white America, I can. And whereas a black person could not do that. What's up, man?
Nah. I mean, no, but I mean, now that I done lost my.
You gotta hurry up, man.
Anyway, like I was saying, animators don't have that covert racism in it, and that's why more kids, more of Gen Z goes towards anime as opposed to comics and stuff like that.
But I mean, anime does have an issue with how they draw some black characters. They've gotten better, but it used to be really bad with like the big lips, the big eyes, and them being like really like just huge grotesque. Like, it used to be real bad. They've got a little better, but they got some work to do. So yeah, but that could be a part of a reason too. Could be part of a greater escapism for anime than maybe comics nowadays, especially because a lot of the comics are trying to like push a certain message or rather than just try and tell a good story. So, you can't, it's not really an escapism anymore. And I think that's why maybe people, I guess my generation, are moving more towards anime. Because they do what it's supposed to do. It takes you out of this reality and takes you into that world, and it's fun. So,
I mean, as it should be, but I feel like when people speak on anime drawing characters a certain type of way, they speak more to like the Dragon Ball era of like Dragon Ball Z and stuff like that. But when you focus on a show like Naruto. And what Naruto did for the black character, right? What they did with the Eight-Tails, they made a actual strong, powerful Hokage, like a real. And I mean, Marvel did that to some degree, but for a certain portion of Naruto, like Octopops was like Naruto's mentor. He was like like the father figure. You don't often find those narratives in comics because there's such as underlying racism in America. And that's what I wanted to get to, where Japanese culture is not as racist as American culture. It's inherently in like American.
I would argue they're both equal. They're both equal. I don't think. No, yeah, I think they're both equal. Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys, you both have a point, but Sada is right in a way because Japanese people, especially Asian people, I mean, you can look at when they send movie posters over to China, they got to take the black people off. I mean, that's how fucking ridiculous they are. So on your point, bro, It's, I mean, you got Japanese people now, and I don't know if this could be considered racist or not, but they're literally perming their hair to make their hair like black people's hair. Have you seen them? It's a whole culture of Japanese people now that have small, little, tiny, kinky curl hair, just like black hair. They've had their hair processed and to make it into afro.
Yeah, I mean, you see it in K-pop. I mean, there are a lot of K-pop artists who do cultural appropriation and try to mimic a black woman or a black man. This one of the guys named Kai, like he did a song. He was wearing a do-rag. I'm like, why the hell are you wearing a do-rag? You have no business wearing a do-rag. And then this other girl who is in Blackpink, Lisa, in her video or one of the videos they did, she was wearing like box braids. I'm like, why are you wearing box braids? What is going on? Like it's it's very apparent. So I would argue very equal. Maybe no, I would argue equal. I can't say one over the other because.
So can I ask you one question? Would you rather cultural appropriation or racism?
I would rather neither. I would rather neither because cultural appropriation. I mean, you're disrespecting an element of my culture or someone else's culture. You're trying to pass it off as either something new and innovative that's your own, which is not true.
Making it your own, right? Stealing it.
Yeah. Or you're just not being respectful at all. And
it's
that
like
in itself,
like
that turns to racism. Like so they play off each other. So I would rather neither. No thanks. So yeah.
But I think we can all agree they're both racism. They're both racism. They're both negative. Listen, they're both negative. They're both and racism is just evil. So I mean, but I think all cultures are. See, the word race is like it's not necessarily racist in a negative way, but every culture grows up around their own culture, so any other culture is going to be alien to them or foreign to them or different to them. And so that's where racism that can either be embraced or it can be shunned. You know, like the way I always looked at shit was, I love the fact that people are different. I like that I'm different than you and you're different than me. I embrace our differences rather than we're all the same and everyone's the same. No, everybody's not fucking the same.
True.
I mean, do you believe that the black community and the white community are the same? White people, no, Asians are not the same as Latinos. Everyone is not the same. Everyone's different, and that's beautiful. That's dope. I love that. That's what we should embrace and talk about. Like, let's talk about that. Let's love that part of it instead of trying to make everybody feel that we all the same. No, we all different, and that's a good fucking thing.
I don't even think they want us to be the same. They want to be superior. It's all about superiority. Well, I don't know if they don't want, because being the same means we're on equal footing. Yeah. They don't want equal footing. There's no equal footing involved. Right. No, because every time we've been on equal footing, now all of a sudden we got to share. Okay, now all of a sudden we got to open the door to everybody else. No, they don't want that. No.
Well, indeed.
True indeed.
But I think we got to a lot of great topics, right?
Oh yeah. And speaking of Dragon Ball, speaking of anime, they got a new movie out, man. I'm getting ready to see this weekend, so I'll definitely check it out.
Yes. I seen that. I did a review on it. They took it down. YouTube took it down.
What?
Did you use clips?
On previews, I was, oh my gosh, I was.
You gotta be careful. You gotta know how to dodge copyright.
Word.
I was just taking 60-second clips. Oh, I love it. It's a movie. And if you actually go to the movies, right? September 3rd, movies is $3.
I know.
Yeah, it's Saturday.
It's $3.
Yeah.
All the movies is like national movie.
You better get your tickets now because they're probably gonna be sold out by the time you go to the box office. Everybody, you know what I'm saying?
I'm thinking you can't get them until the 3rd.
Yeah,
I think you have to wait till the 3rd to get them for that price. That'd be, because if you could pre-order them, shit, they'd be already sold out. I think.
Oh yeah,
at least in
Gone.
my area. But I'm a matter of fact, after this, I'm hopping on there. I'm gonna see if they're available now. Because you're right.
You know, I'm telling you. But you're right there. But if you can pre-order, you know what I'm saying. But definitely, you know, on Saturday they $3. Movies is $3. And Dragon Ball Superhero, it's a great movie. Like it's a movie that you can go see with your kids. It has like that nostalgic feeling. Like, you know, it plays to a certain Dragon Ball Z storyline that we all familiar with from the Toonami days, all familiar with like that Gohan story and Piccolo. And then it also plays like a lot of like new elements and stuff like that. And then like my favorite part of Dragon Ball, like superhero movie, is just the action sequences. Like I've been really big on trying to study like this like fight choreography and stuff like that. Because like, you know, when you watch especially, and I guess it comes from me watching Naruto and stuff, I really figured out like I love Naruto because of like the fight scenes. Like they was like really just like I don't know. I just love them 2-3 minutes of just like, and I think Dragon Ball Z took a lot of that and instead of the little fast. Remember they used to do the fast in the air, like fighting hand fists going like you don't see nothing. Now you can literally see every punch and then you getting tossed around the street. And it's a great film, man. I can't rate it enough. And
update on the tickets. You can buy them beforehand. You can buy them.
Did you just look it up? You just looked it up?
Oh, nice. You can buy them beforehand.
All right, yeah, about to order them all. I'm about to get them all tomorrow.
Saturday.
As soon as I get paid tomorrow, you're
gonna see everybody there. You're gonna see your ex-girlfriend. You're gonna see boyfriend there. You're gonna be like, oh.
Well, anybody that don't know what we talking about, or what this is I mean, Dragon Ball Z, I'm sure everybody knows about. So they got a movie called Dragon Ball Superheroes. And the original creator revealed their thoughts about it. In fact, he was actually mad worried, the guy that made it, that he said that he didn't think it was gonna really go off. Akira Toriyama, he said it's you know, he got a much different story than what his original idea, and so he was kind of worried that it wasn't gonna work. But you know, they might be taking over box offices around the world, but it also notably has much less outwardly explosive story than it's used to, than that anime has been used to in the past. So as Toriyama had revealed in a special statement celebrating the worldwide release of the new movie, one of the creator's initial worries early on was that the smaller scale story and largely removing Goku and Vegeta from the equation would make the action more subdued overall compared to previous works, you know, but that worry went away, he said, when he got to see it in motion. He said, considering how they've gone to Universe and other such large scale stages, I thought I'd return to my roots and have the story take place on Earth in a small area. Not only that, but the enemy is the Red Ribbon Army, an enemy that wasn't very impactful back when I originally created the series. Plus, Goku and Vegeta aren't even the main characters. I believed I managed to make the story interesting, but I was constantly worried that perhaps I made it a little too subdued. But with the staff on Dragon Ball Super, led by the director Kodama, Toriyama's worries, he said, were put to bed. He said, and then, you know, once he's seen it, it was unprecedented and amazing. You know, so if the response from fans is anything to go by, and like my man Blur just said, it's definitely dope. So this is the trailer for it right here, so y'all can kind of get an idea. This is the trailer.
Now, let the fight begin!
Speak your wish.
I was thinking maybe we could perk up my buns.
Dragon Ball booty injections.
Oh yeah, that was the funny part.
Is it sub or is it all dub? Is it just
all dub? I mean, but I guess when it like finally like come on like on streaming services, you could probably get like the original subs and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Sure, yeah.
I prefer sub.
See, and that's what I was just gonna say. When I was like I said, when I was a kid, anime wasn't these shows, and it wasn't mainstream at all. It was very underground. Like the only way we had anime was like I would go and seek that shit out in obscure video stores that would have it. Like we had this one store called Renaissance Video where I used to go and get all the Shaw Brothers, Wu-Tang movies. They had all that underground shit, and that's where you had to go to get dope anime. And always, hands down, always watched the subbed version because the first of all the Japanese voices sound so dope, and the dub versions were so corny and bad. The thing is, though, now in this generation, like I said before, the voice actors have become seasoned. They know what sounds good, what doesn't. The voice acting now is leaps and bounds better, to where a lot of people prefer dub now to sub. A lot of realists, a lot of purists are preferring the new dubs now over the sub, which is a brand new development.
Oh my god, that's
nobody fucks with it. Shoot, I definitely go to dub on and just leave it on, and because with the sub you got to actually like really pay attention.
Yeah, and that's what I like. It forces me to pay attention. I like that.
That's
and
true.
I feel like sometimes with dubs you lose the original meaning of like the story and what's happening because translations and everything like that. So I just always prefer, let me just get the sub.
Yeah. Well, especially back in the day too, because translations were so bad, and it was just, it was like almost a different conversation. But now they're much more accurate. They've stopped doing so much of the they started to actually put words in those places and things like that. So it's a much better experience.
But that's the only thing, they still take out the curses. So some people, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a difference when you hear like Naruto say that curse, or like Luffy, you know what I'm saying? Like, make the joke make sense sometimes. So I understand, what.
Yeah, it just depends on your preference. It's really just your preference. But for live action, like if it's a Korean drama or a live action anime, I gotta do sub. Ain't no way I could do dub because I don't know. They're still really bad for live action. They got to get it together.
Because even if they line up the talking with the mouth moving, it's still not synced because they're saying different words, and it just looks really bad. Like I'll go on Netflix, there's so much foreign shit on Netflix, and I'll think a movie's mad dope, and I'm reading about it. I'm like, okay, I go to plan it, and I'm watching, I start noticing that these words ain't lining up. And I'm like, that's
why I just did sub.
But that's half of the films on Netflix now, right or wrong. Almost all of the films are like European movies, like not even like anime, just like regular films. Like they got European, they have a lot of like African films. Well, now I like that about Netflix a little bit. They kind of like, I think they're being cheap about it though. Buy it from like these directors.
Oh hell yeah, they are definitely cheap. They cheap as hell.
What's that show? Squid Game. That was a show. Squid Games, correct? Squid Game. How much I think like Squid Games like costed Netflix? What was that like around like Because that show didn't look like it took a lot of money to make, but
I didn't watch Squid Game. Did you watch it?
I did. I don't think it cost like, I don't know. I don't think it
a lot of VFX.
Not really. It was very much practical sets and being in practical locations. So
very cheap.
Probably not that much. Maybe not more than like, I wouldn't even say like, I don't know, 10 to max 20 million,
that's exactly what I was thinking, like 10 million. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I can't think, because I don't think they would. They probably were expecting it to blow up as well as it did, and now they're gonna try and market the hell out of it and milk it till it's dead. So
I like when shows do that, and then the next season they dump a bunch of more money into it and it gets better. What I hate is when they're like, okay, well they like that, so let's just keep fucking doing it cheap. That's I hate when they do, because they, like you said, and that's where they're milking it, trying to, how much can we get out of this with as most profit, least amount of out of pocket expense, and we end up getting shit that.
The reason why I had said Squid Game, because I remember like New York Comic Con, when New York Comic Con like had like came up here, like Squid Game was just like becoming a thing. Everybody, I'm like, how did y'all make this costume so quick? Like
they was quick.
Squid Game.
We having the funds on deck.
Yes,
like, oh, so you know, like, but that's the beauty of like the geekdom and like sci-fi. Like when the
Man.
show is good, you know, people
Yeah.
want to like, you know, participate in the world and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like
instantaneous.
it's a really cool thing. But if y'all want to condulge in conspiracy theory real quick, I'll take out on a conspiracy theory. And y'all be like, you know what I'm saying? About a stormtrooper that ended up like, I don't want to say it, got unalived at her garage sale. I don't know. And you know, it's an open case, so we should kind of like, you know, give it some justice. I think her name like Elizabeth Barros or something like that. Elizabeth something.
And she was a stormtrooper in what?
She was a cosplay stormtrooper.
Oh,
so
okay.
She like one of those stormtrooper like battalions.
Yeah.
So I guess the people that go to the Comic Cons and they had like it's like 100 people and stuff. And basically, one day, you know, her husband, they was going on an anniversary honeymoon. They went to sell some things in a garage sale, and I don't know if she had like problems or something. Like it's like a real unsolved mystery, you know. Like nobody knows why. She's a nice person in the world, and you know, being that she's from the geekdom in the comic community, you just want to put that information out there. You know,
what happened? What'd she do?
It's on camera. Like it's her name. All right, so literally, she's having a garage sale at 7:00 in the morning. Her husband leaves to work. A guy comes up to her or whatever. He says something. And he shoots her 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. And then he shoots her again in the head. And then there's a I don't even want to say it like that. And then there's a you know, YouTubers who's covering the case and stuff. So one YouTuber he basically put it under this audio app because her cameras caught it. Like the neighbor's camera, everybody had Ring cameras and stuff. When they kind of like maximize the volume and stuff, the guy basically said, "No, do you have change for 100?" And she's like, "I'm sure." And he's like, "Matter of fact, I don't need it." And then he says, "I got you now, B," and just like shoots her. But you know, he even they think it's a guy or a girl because the person had on a robe, like a robe with like high heel boots and stuff. But then how they ran away from the scene, they had like a man posture. Like it's all on camera. Like it's some it's like trigger warning. Way I check it out. It's like it's kind of like wow, but you know, you know, you just want to shed light on that type of stuff because you know, like I don't know, man, this world's just wild. I don't know, I don't know.
That's
like,
mad weird.
Exactly, you know what I'm saying? It's just like you know, it's like I don't know. I think her name's like Elizabeth Barros or something like that. I get the exact name for you. And like after that, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like some, you know, some wild stuff going on. But I be into it. Like, you know, I be going to all the conspiracy theories. Listen. I mean, yeah, that's a conspiracy theory. Because like, who killed her? You get like not like that. Like who? You know what I'm saying? Like who would do such a thing? You get what I'm trying to say? Like that's insane.
Is some on YouTube about it?
Yeah.
I'm
looking at a video now. Who killed Elizabeth Barraza?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was.
Okay. I was looking at Bowers.
Yeah, because I had the name.
Barraza? Yeah,
okay.
Barraza. Barra. Wait, but yeah, Barraza. Yeah.
Barr like AZA.
ZA. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I was gonna try to see if the footage was on here. Oh yeah, wait. I think this is it.
Yeah, you're gonna see it. This couple. They got the cold case detective, Bella Fiore and Kendall Ray.
Okay, hold on.
No, this ain't nobody getting shot. That's just all right. Hold on. Elizabeth Barza detail. I'm trying to find just some footage of her of the garage.
Just
I don't know if that's gonna be on YouTube. I don't know.
Oh wait, they're
I found it. Here we go.
This may come as a shock to you.
All right, here we go. I got y'all. Bing bang boom. Let me share the screen. Bop bop bop. Oh.
And in this old video, shot Elizabeth 3 times in the chip.
And then it was another gunshot.
Candy Ellis dialed 911.
Yeah, that blue part right there.
Neighbor across the road. There, that what happens happened.
And it's like a live leak video. I got like, there you go.
At 6:53 a.m. that morning, as Elizabeth was outside, a figure approached her. This was all caught on a neighbor across the road. There's CCTV. To the right, you can see a car, headlights on. A figure passed and approached Elizabeth, whipping out a gun from their maybe jacket, maybe robe.
Yeah.
As you can see Elizabeth taking a step back upon seeing it, startled her. After speaking for less than 10 seconds, this
what
person
the fuck?
then shot Elizabeth 3 times in the
Could y'all see it?
They're not going to show it. It's probably it's blacked out probably because of YouTube. To avoid demonetization or whatever.
Wait, y'all don't see what I see?
Oh no, I see it now.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying like the actual act of the shooting is probably not going to be shown.
No, they showed him shoot. Watch. You can see it. Let me see if I can maybe make the screen. Did it get bigger?
Yeah.
Okay. Right here. Boom.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna black out.
But it blacks out after she's hit. But you can see literally like smoke come out of the gun. You can see smoke come out of the gun in this scene right here, and then it immediately cuts off right when they show the smoke come out of the gun.
Speaking for less than 10 seconds.
I want to see our sister get shot cold blooded.
Right there.
That's our geek sister right there. You know?
Word. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous, bro. But we never know what that's about. Could be about anything. I mean, who knows? Maybe, you know, who knows? Maybe she kidnapped that dude's kid or something. Who knows? We don't know.
It's still unsolved. So, you know, if anybody got any, you know, information, you know,
Word.
those police officers and, you know what I'm saying, help them with that case. But yeah, you know, geek responsibly, you know, everybody that's stuff like that, you know, make sure you're safe, make sure you know who you're interacting with online and stuff like that, you know, because you know things are crazy and things could happen, you know, so you know, so easy to get a gun nowadays, unfortunately, you know. So
yeah. Well, I'm waiting on my homeboy Dex. He still says he's coming. He got caught up with some shit, but he's still supposed to be coming. I told him we try to hang out. It's only a couple people that chilled in here anyway right now. It's just us kind of kicking it. So while we waiting, this is I thought this was kind of cool. 15 different strange acting inspirations behind famous movie and TV characters, and it is actually pretty strange. Some of them, like Melissa McCarthy based her bridesmaid character on Guy Fieri. Okay, cool, no big. Taika Waititi told Thomas McKenzie to watch Heathers for Jojo Rabbit. Heathers is a fucking classic. But okay, Bill Paxton used his father as inspiration for 2 roles. Here we go. All right, so Tom Hardy based his Bane voice on the self-proclaimed king of the gypsies. Finally, I know what the fuck that voice was about. Because we all know that Bane is Latin. He's Latino, rather. Sorry, not Latin. Bane is Latino. So, but okay, so Tom Hardy explained.
I never knew that. That's why I never knew that.
Bane, yeah. So all right, so Hardy says Bane is quintessentially Latinx in origin, and I am not. So I looked at the concept of Latin and found a man called Bartley Gorman, who is a Romani gypsy. The king of the gypsies, inverted commas, is a bare knuckle fighter and boxer. I showed Chris. I said, Chris, we can either go down a sort of arch Darth Vader route, straight, just neutral tone voice, or we could try this. And
I guess they went down the Darth Vader because they don't sound like he based his voice off of what's his name. It don't sound like that.
What? You know who the Gypsy King is?
No, but I mean, let me hear it first. Maybe I need to hear it first. But it sounds like Darth Vader.
When I get men in front of me, they try to kill me. It's like a white off the face of the air. And the men behind them shouted them, kill him, kill him, kill him. So you know what I mean? There ain't no referee going to jump in. Oh, you got a cut over his eye. Excuse me, stop it. There's a cut over his eye.
A fighter and a box, inverted commas, and a winning gypsy. The king of the gypsies, in inverted commas, and a bare knuckle fighter and a boxer. And he said, "What are you doing with him? I haven't want to like the fish yet. He wants to kill me."
Oh, okay. Okay.
You get it? Yeah.
He did have that little bit of that pronunciation in how he would say his word, like the inflections and certain of his words. He still had that Darth Vader, like the Darth Vader tone and stuff.
Yeah.
He had those inflections, like that last part. So I remember, like voice when he would speak to Batman a little bit, like, yo, dude, like, supposed to be super. So I can see that little, like that extra.
See, all of that, they should have just hired a Latin guy to play Bane for all of that. Like, that's just so much, so extra. Like
for real.
I'm still waiting for an accurate Bane, man. I really two characters I'm dying. I want Bane and I want Wolverine. I need a comic accurate Bane and I need a comic accurate Wolverine, y'all. Come on, DC and Marvel. The fans deserve this shit. We've been dealt with, man, with all this weird shit, man. Just give us the goddamn comic book. All right, number 11, Joaquin Phoenix. Yes, that exactly. But anyway,
on film though, like on foot, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I know. I'm hoping that I would love to see House of X and Powers of X in live action. Like that would be fucking mind blowing. I mean, Jonathan Hickman, the way he wrote that shit, how intricate and how complex it is. And it's 2 different comics, and you got to read issue 1 of this, then issue 1 of this, then issue 2 of this, then issue 2 of this. You don't just read each issue. You got to stagger them. It's crazy. It's mad complex. One of the best stories ever. It is the story that got me back into comic books after 15 years. That's how dope it is. That's the inspiration for me to have all this shit you see. House of X, Powers of X is what did it. That's how dope it is. So I got to recommend that. But now, number 11, Joaquin Phoenix based his Joker on that other Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz. I can see that. He took inspiration from Ray Bolger, who played the Scarecrow in The Wizard of Oz. There's a particular song called The Old Soft Shoe that he performed, and I saw a video of it, and there's this odd arrogance almost to his movements, and really, I completely just stole it from him. He does this thing of turning his chin up. This choreographer, Michael Arnold, showed me that and tons of videos, and I zeroed in on that one. That was Joker, right? There's an arrogance to him, really, that was probably the greatest influence. Robert Englund and his based his Stranger Things character on Treasure Island. I don't know. While Vecna reminds us of England's most famous character, Freddy Krueger, the veteran actor based Victor Creel on Robert Louis Stevens' famous novel. As actors, we access strange imagery. We use imagery sometimes nothing to do with what we're doing. And one of the things I was using was a character from Treasure Island named Billy Bones, who tells a huge story to Jim Hawkins about Long John Silver. It had nothing to do with Freddy Krueger or Nightmare. It was just one of those weird images that comes to you.
Yeah, I like that design. I like that. Like that looked kind of like scary.
That kind of freaky. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. That shit was mad creepy.
That's the stuff that scares kids. Like when you young and you see something like that, can't be in your dreams. You won't go to sleep.
And you remember that shit. Yeah, you remember that shit as a kid and shit. But
your mom be scared. Don't let me call the guy with the.
That one. Well, this is interesting. Chris Pratt studied dolphins for his character in Jurassic World. I'm guessing he didn't base his character on dolphins. I'm guessing he based how to work with dolphins and how to work with dinosaurs, maybe. Yeah, he looked at the movement of dolphins to play his character Owen, specifically how dolphins lead with their foreheads. It's a strange choice for the character. Owen's totally an ostrich. But using animals to develop the movement for a role is a common acting technique. Okay, I stand corrected. Wow, you did. All right. Meryl Streep, Devil Wears Prada based on Clint Eastwood. Okay.
I can see that.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Yeah. What you do? He never ever raises his voice and never has to lean in to listen. He's automatically the most powerful person in the room. Yeah, there you go.
He never raised a voice in that film.
No. All right. So Al Pacino used a boxer and Meryl Streep as his inspiration for Tony Montana. Meryl Streep? Let's see. While Scarface actor looked at boxer Roberto Duran to find the physicality of Montana, he was also inspired by Streep in Sophie's Choice, especially the way she immersed herself in the character. So, yeah. Game of Thrones character Ramsay Bolton is based on the Joker and Dennis the Menace. That makes sense. Word.
What a great
That makes sense.
inspiration.
He said he looked at Heath Ledger's Joker, musician Liam Gallagher, and the British cartoon character Dennis the Menace. Or speaking of Heath Ledger's Joker, Heath Ledger said he based his Joker on Sid Vicious. That shit makes so much sense. Yeah, that makes sense too, because Christian Bale revealed that the late actor watched many old clips of the bass player while researching his role. Heath created an anarchic Joker, unlike any ever seen before. He modeled the part on Sid Vicious, which made this punk-like character. His Joker is unlike any other Joker seen before. I think it's a classic portrayal of a great villain. Ledger was also inspired by Malcolm McDowell's performance in Clockwork Orange. Aha. That's a fucking classic. If y'all ain't seen A Clockwork Orange, and you're into film, that's some fucked up shit. This was interesting. I found this weird. Daniel Day-Lewis used Eminem as inspiration for Gangs of New York. The fuck? I mean, Daniel Day-Lewis is arguably one of the greatest actors of all time. So why did he use Eminem and how? It said method actor Daniel Day-Lewis used a myriad of elements to create and build his characters. To get the sound characterization of Bill the Butcher, he blasted a lot of Eminem, saying it was apparently the right kind of noise. So that's not really him.
So a whole lot of nothing. But if it worked,
yeah.
Hey, if it worked for him, go for it.
Right, yeah. Because that's not really him basing the character on Eminem. That's him listening to Eminem while he was trying to, yeah, that's different. Character. No. Andy Serkis based Golem on his cat cuffing up a fur ball.
That is appropriate.
Go ahead. That's it. And number one, Tom Hardy based his Peaky Blinders characters on a bear. Yeah. If you guys ain't seen Peaky Blinders on Netflix, that's a crazy ass show. Peaky Blinders.
Is it good? What it's about?
Yeah, what's it about?
It's about a gang in England back in like the 20s. So like around the time of Prohibition was going on in America, the mob and all that. This was some gangster shit in Britain at the time. But it's based on like real events. Like it's based on a real gang.
Not like the Cray brothers in them. Like you ever heard
like no. It's like, but far earlier. Like if the craze was like in the 70s, this is back in like the 20s and the 18s and the 10s.
Right, now, early 90s. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna end up checking that out. By next week, I'll be on here like, yo, that Peaky Blinders is crazy. I'm telling you, I'll watch that tonight.
That shit is off the chain.
And all that? Shoot,
bro, that shit is off the hook. Peaky Blinders is one of the wildest shits out there. That shit was wild.
It always kind of pulled at my soul. I don't know why. I seen the logo. I don't know. But now I'm definitely gonna check it out. I ain't gonna lie. I like those type of like those real like
historical.
Those historical kind of criminality, criminality, just to show you like how those guys got through it. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, and not like I'm not no gangster like that. But I'm just trying to say like you always want to see like. You hear the stories about prohibition and stuff, but we never really understand, like, this is day to day, right? Like, we've been talking for, 2-3 hours, like 2 hours and a half.
Right.
Guys live 80, 70, 40, 50 years. This is every day, 24 hours a day. 1-2 hour movie don't give you all of that. You get what I'm trying to say? So that's why I like to, like, watch more movies and, like, kind of get more and somehow get, read or whatever the situation be, right? How do you get the information? But just to kind of figure out, what it is. And then when you got shows like Peaky Blinders, you get like this big budget TV show that really kind of goes into detail and, break it down in just a nice professional way, not like a YouTuber, you know what I'm saying? Not Michael Francis with a cigar saying, no, I'm telling you, man, that guy right there, you're not the guy I thought he was, man. And I respect Michael Francis, but bro, you gotta update the production value, man. Getting some YouTube money. Come on. But how it goes.
But like, did you watch Boardwalk Empire?
Oh, of course.
That's my
Oh
shit,
my
bro.
gosh. What? Of course.
Matter of fact, I just rewatched that shit. Yeah, Chalky White, Dr. Narcisse, fucking Lucky Luciano, Abe Rothstein. Bro, that I just rewatched that shit. Matter of fact, I'm not done. Matter of fact, I'm on the last season right now. Like, I'll rewatch them shows, bro. I rewatch Sopranos, the whole shit from the first episode on. I rewatch that whole shit every year. Game of Thrones, I rewatch the whole game every year, bro. I rewatch that whole shit when it's nothing to watch, because there's always like a couple of months out of the year where there's nothing fucking on, no good shows. That's when I go and I rewatch shit like Game of Thrones, Sopranos, Empire, Boardwalk, shit like that.
That's how you really understand the storyline and pick up on more pieces that you probably missed out on and stuff.
Every time I watch it, bro, I see new shit.
Yes.
Yeah. Rewatches are dope. Yeah. Like Game of Thrones, like House of the Dragon. What I'll do is when the new episode come out Sunday, I'll watch that shit Sunday, and then probably like Friday I'll rewatch it again, and then for the new episode Sunday I'll be caught up and fresh in my mind of what's going on. So I watch every episode twice a week. Yeah.
That's maybe a little hack right there. That's a nice little hack.
Little hack.
You know, sometimes you forget certain parts of it and then you miss certain aspects. So it's like, I'm just coming up here not knowing what House of Dragon is. I done seen it 2 times on the show. You know, but I ain't really watching this. I really watched probably like 40 minutes of one time. But you get what I'm trying to say. You know, like, I don't even know the show. I'm like, yo, my God, know the whole joint front to back. Like, you got to watch it on Friday before the new episode comes. Get caught up on it. All right. What do my God Reno, man?
That's how I do it. That's how I do it. And this, so we know that House of the Dragon is the period in Westeros when the Targaryens had the most dragons at any time. This is and the dragons are characters. So the dragons aren't just like horses; they're actual characters. They don't talk. They don't have a big part, but they are characters. They have names. They have personalities. And they do shit. So this is a list of the dragons that are in the show. So the most notorious one is Balerion the Black Dread. He's the largest and eldest of all the Targaryen dragons. Balerion was flown by Aegon the Conqueror, which is the first Targaryen to come over to Westeros from Old Valyria. That's how old this dragon is, hundreds of years old. He's the original dragon that came, and he later became the steed of King Viserys, who's the king of House of the Dragon right now. The black and red Mal Dragon has died by the time House of the Dragon begins, but his massive skull can be seen on display in the Red Keep. Vhagar, the second largest dragon of the Targaryens. Vhagar is an ancient female dragon and the last of those flown during Aegon's conquest, when she served as the steed of Queen Visenya Targaryen. Together they burned the Vale of Arryn fleet and the waters of off of Gulltown. Vhagar was named in honor of the god of Old Valyria and will factor into later developments of the House of the Dragon show. Syrax, as described in George R. R. Martin's official companion book, The World of Ice and Fire, The Untold History of Westeros. This book right here. The yellowish Syrax is the huge and formidable female steed of Princess Rhaenyra. So she's the main female character, the one I said that unfortunately is going to be replaced when they do the time jump forward, and that sucks because she's like the best actress character in the show right now. So, but her dragon, that's Syrax. Caraxes, dubbed the Bloodworm, is the huge red and horned beast steed of Prince Daemon, and is fearsome as vicious as his rider. So, but the interesting about this dragon, they call him the Bloodworm. Compared to the other dragons in Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon, he's very serpent-like. He's got a long serpent-like body. He's got a really super long neck. He kind of reminds you of like a Chinese dragon, where he's just like a long sort of snake with wings, whereas the other dragons are more like dinosaurs with wings kind of shaped. Then you got Sunfire, which is with his golden scales and flame. It is no wonder this huge formidable male dragon is dubbed Sunfire the Golden. He's the steed of Aegon II Targaryen, who'll be played in House of the Journey and as a youth by Ty Tennant. then you got Vermithor, the Bronze Fury, the third largest dragon, is described in the world of Ice and Fire as old and hoary. Hoary? Hoary. Anybody knows what that word means, hit me up. This male dragon was once the steed of Jaehaerys Targaryen, aka the Old King. And then you got Silverwing, once ridden by Alicent Targaryen. The she-dragon will later become the steed of Oath the White and Dragon Seed character yet to be introduced in the House of the Dragon. Malaise is the Red Queen, is the steed of the Queen Who Never Was. So this is Princess Rhaenys right here, played in The Dragon by Eve Best. And Malaise is described in the world of Ice and Fire as lazy but fearsome and when roused, old and cunning. So she is the king's sister. And when the king was named king, she was actually older than him and should have been in the line of succession ahead of him. She should have became queen, but since Westeros wasn't ready for a female ruler, they passed over her for her younger brother, who is the king now. And she's kind of pissed about it, of course. And so that's sort of, but she's also very, and so Rhaenyra, the daughter of the king, who has now become heir to the throne, which she never was. She's mad jealous, and she tries to like kind of tell her like, they ain't gonna let you be queen. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna let us. So Rhaenyra's reply was, no, they didn't want you to be queen, but I'm going, you know what I'm saying? So then you got Moondancer, dubbed as slender and beautiful female dragon. She is the small, swift steed of Lady Balea Targaryen, who will be portrayed in the show by Shani Smurthust and Bethany Antonia as the younger and adult Balea, respectively. Sea Smoke, the gray and white dragon, still relatively young during Dance of Dragons, during which it bonds with Sir Lenor Valerion. Dreamfire, the silver and blue she-dragon, has been the steed of both Princess Rhaena Targaryen and Queen Helena Targaryen at different times. Helena will be played by Fia Sabine as the adult Evie, blah, blah, blah. So, damn, there's a lot of fucking dragons. Tessarion, the blue queen. I mean, damn, I thought it was going to be like 6, but there's like 20 here. All right, so I'm just going to name them. Tessarion, Stormcloud, Vermax, Arax, Taraxes, Morgul, Shrikos, Morning, Sheep Stealer, the Cannibal, the Grey Ghost, and that's it. That's a lot of damn dragons.
And they're gonna introduce all of them in House of Dragon.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, this gonna be this got a couple seasons.
Got to. The Grey Ghost, like the Cannibal, is another wild dragon. So there's wild dragons out there that were never tamed or ridden, that are just sort of flying around doing shit, eating people and eating people's sheep and shit like that. The Cannibal, yet to be introduced, is another wild dragon who's never been tamed or ridden, and eats other dragons, hence the name the Cannibal. And then the Sheep Stealer is brown and plain wild dragon who feeds on sheeps. Yeah, so some of these dragons are not domesticated. Morning is the offspring of Cyrax. But yeah, all these dragons from here up, these are all dragons that are ridden by characters, ridden by Targaryens in the show. So we'll see all these.
We will see all these fly and stuff like that you were speaking about. That's one.
Yeah, he's mad serpent, like he's mad. This is him right here, but you can't really see how long his neck is here, but that's him. I think that's Cyrax, but yeah, he's weird. He's definitely different looking. I think that might be a picture of him. Yeah, that's him, but ain't no picture of his body. But yeah, he so at first I was kind of turned off about how they did these dragons, because the dragons in Game of Thrones are fucking amazing. Gorgeous CGI, mixed with some real effects, and just the way they look like actual they look like maybe like dinosaurs, like they really could be alive. They don't look like fake creatures. They really looked like giant lizard being like creatures, and it's basically just very realistic, very scary, very highly detailed and well done. The dragons in this show, I was not happy with. I felt like they were a little bit less detailed. They definitely didn't have the same, realistic reptile sort of look, and they just were all very different. Where in Game of Thrones, all three dragons were basically identical except for the size and like color, but the way they looked was the same, like their features were the same. In this show, the dragons, each one features are completely different. Like one has a super long neck and a long body. This other one has like horns and a different shaped head altogether. Like they're completely different. Like think How to Train Your Dragon.
Right.
All right. Every dragon's a completely different looking creature. So I wasn't happy about that first. Then and I'm still not happy about their explanation either. So their explanation,
I was going to say, do you think they're playing it off like, oh, it's because it takes place in the past, it's like a prequel, so they're not as fully developed or whatever? You think that's how
sort of? Well, what they said was, and it's similarly a bad and stupid excuse like that. So what their excuse was, it's the dragons from Game of Thrones are born of magic. Oh, those are magic dragons. They weren't natural. They came out of fire, and they're magic dragons, so they're different. And our dragons are organic, and they're really.
But if it's organic, that's the opposite. It should be more detailed.
Exactly, that would be the opposite. Like so, that excuse makes no sense. I would consider these to be more magic and weird and different than those to be more realistic. Those were more realistic dragons. They were more lizard-like. They were more, and they all looked the same. They clearly were the same type of creature. These are different types of creatures almost, even though they're all dragons. But like I said, think How to Train Your Dragon, where the dragons look and are completely different from each other, but they're all dragons. So it's like that. So I'm just hoping that the dragons get cooler and look better, because the first dragon they've given us, the gold one, Rhaenyra's dragon, is very, very low detail, not a great design. The second dragon we see is Daemon's dragon, which is the red one, which is the long serpent, lizardy, snake-like dragon. He looks a little better and a little more detailed and a little better. So I'm hoping that the third dragon we get, and from then I hope they get better as we go. So because so far, not great. Let's see.
Oh man, fingers crossed.
Oh, Zada, you watch every Game of Thrones episode?
I haven't watched Game of Thrones, so
yeah, she's the one.
I'm the one. I'm learning about it with each and every episode, but my sister's watched it. She loves it. I'm the one.
So what shows, like what's your Sunday shows? Because I think everybody should have some Sunday shows. Like Sunday, I think Sunday when
Sundays when HBO always drops, their big shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I guess. Everybody gotta watch some show on Sunday. I don't care. What's the Sunday shows?
Sunday show. Honestly, it'd probably be either Young Justice or Law and Order SVU. That would be that would be my Sunday show. Just watch that. Binge that.
Good answer. Good answer. It's great.
Yeah, that would be mine. Definitely.
I'm sorry. What was it, Sada?
Oh, I said Young Justice.
To leave y'all know that, but y'all know it's like 3 hours, like 9:30. Appreciate y'all. Yo, Reno. Appreciate tapping. I didn't even get to speak about my freaking comic course. Oh, matter of fact, before I leave, let me say that too. I got a comic course coming out September 26th, 8 weeks, Zoom courses, teach people how to create comics and stuff like that. If you want to find out more, go to www.theghoulcomis.com, theghoulcomics.com. It's most belly. Shout out to Reno, 6th Element of Hip Hop. And I'll probably be back next week. You know what I'm saying?
Word up. That's what's up, fam. Yo, anytime, man. Thank you.
You're ready.
Word. All right, fam. Peace. Yo, so Dex just popped in, but I don't know why his.
It says audio only.
Yeah. I don't think Dex, say something, Dex.
Yo.
All right, so I can hear you, but your screen didn't come up on the thing. And then now Sada's went off. Why is it doing that?
Oh no, sorry. I just turned off my camera.
Right, but last time his screen was up there, it just didn't show.
Sometimes it does that where like if you turn your camera off, you won't show up, but you'll still be there audio. And then if you turn your camera on, you'll pop in. So Monday, I guess it was sometimes it's weird like that. I don't know.
Well, last time my cam was on, and this time I had my cam turned off, so probably not gonna show the black screen. If I wasn't turning my cam,
go back and do it the other way. Go like log out and come back in the other way so that your screen can be up on the screen, so people don't just like who's talking.
Okay.
What's going on? Hello.
Word. And I know, like we've already been on 3 hours. He wanted to come on, but I guess we could still talk about something. We have pretty much covered House of the Dragon to death. But we could definitely talk about some other shit here. I got some Spider-Man No Way Home post-credit scene officially released.
Oh yeah, I saw a description for it. If it's I think it's the same one that we're thinking about. Yeah, I saw a description for it. The one with Betty, right? Betty, whatever her name is, Betty Brant, whatever her name is. Is that the one?
Yeah. Is it like the kids doing their like newscast?
Yeah. She's like doing her final thing or whatever, and then it goes through. What's it called? It goes through her memories or whatever, and Peter's not there.
Got you. All right, Dex, you're gonna have to do something because your camera's on. Whatever you did, there you go. All right, let's see. Nope. Damn, it still didn't. What the fuck? Why are you doing that?
Everybody know I'm here. I'm sure it should be.
It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, normally our Wednesday show is only an hour long, but we just been up here kicking it, man, and just talking shit. There's only a couple people in here. We just chilling, man. So it don't matter.
Let me see if I can find a description of that post-credit scene. Home post-credit scene. Here it is. Yeah. Condensed. Okay.
So, well, this is the here. Let me play. This is the Spider-Man. So, Spider-Man: No Way Home, right? The movie where we got Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and Tom Holland all in one movie. Was dope. Yeah. The post-credit scene has officially finally been released. So this is a little breakdown of it, right?
Quote, the replacement scene features Betty Brant's final school news segment as it shows pictures of the kids' adventures throughout high school, including Homecoming's decathlon and Far From Home's Europe trip. However, all of the pictures are missing Tom Holland's Peter Parker, which really contextualizes the scene that we see right at the end of the film for two reasons. First of which, when Peter is entering that apartment by himself, one of the things that he puts up alongside his Lego Star Wars is a photo presumably of all three of them. Now, if this spell works the same way across all the photos, even though he knows he was in it, there's a possibility that what used to be a photo of him, MJ, and Ned is now just a photo of MJ and Ned. It would still have the same emotional significance, but it would remind him every time he looked at it that he had been erased from their lives. However, we pick up with him making his own classic Spider-Man suit and going whipping through the city, which is a good note. Like, yeah, it's extremely sad ending, but we feel like there is hope for the future for Peter Parker. If this had been the original No Way Home credit scene, instead of going into the multiverse of madness in the Venom scene, they would have then flipped the tone one more time and reminded us he was gone.
I thought it was going to be the actual after credit scene instead of there's actually a break.
Oh no, it's the only thing that's been released is like the description.
I was
I don't think they've actually
Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
So there's no actual, but the months of build up to Spider-Man No Way Home saw it become amongst the most anticipated, theorized, and leaked movies of all time. All of that helped to make the MCU blockbuster the most successful theatrical release since the pandemic began. But Sony isn't done taking advantage of that hype. After suffering through the unfortunate flop that was Jared Leto's Morbius, Sony will release an extended cut of No Way Home, dubbed the More Fun Stuff version, in theaters this week. So the re-release will bring with it 11 minutes of new footage taken from the many deleted scenes. And this has led many to speculate what will be included in those clips, including after the credits roll. Marvel Studios has been, long been famous for its post-credit scenes that either feature a hilarious moment, tease what's to come, or reveal, a look of an upcoming project. But No Way Home covered two of those bases, as Tom Hardy's Eddie Brock brought the Venom symbiote into the MCU, and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness delivered its first look. But now, thanks to this report, fans know what to expect when the credits roll on the extended cut that they're going to re-release. According to a Reddit post from a Redditor, Spider-Man No Way Home, the More Fun Stuff version, added a new post-credit scene in the place of the teaser trailer for Dr. Multiverse of Madness, so the Venom stuff will still be there. The replacement scene features Betty Brant's final school news segment as it shows pictures of the kids' adventures throughout the school, including Homecoming's decathlon and Far From Home's Europe trip. However, like all of the pictures are missing from Tom Holland's Peter Parker, right? So he's got the photos of like his people, but in the new post-credit scene, in place of the MOM trailer, shows Betty doing her very last news segment right before graduation, showing pictures of the kids' adventures through school. But all the pics basically don't have the characters that no longer know who Peter is because of the whole erasing of the memories. And this reveals the Doctor Strange's spell, right, which erases the memory of Parker from the whole world, so nobody knows who he is, removes him from all documentation or images as if he was never there and never existed. Up until now, there had been some questions, right, regarding how Doctor Strange's spell had worked to erase the memory of Peter Parker from the world. So now the exact consequences of that have become much more clearer, thanks to the extended cut release that we're going to get. So not only has the entire world now forgotten Peter Parker ever existed, but he also appears to have been removed from any image or document that he was included in. What's still unclear for now is exactly how his friends remember the events that he was involved in. Perhaps exactly the same, but with him not being there. But we'll have to find out. And now with Betty Brant's final pre-graduation news report placed to accompany the scene, her narration may offer more clarity. Regardless, though, I think the scene is one that could have benefited No Way Home immensely. And fans have spent all these months now confused about the intricacies of the spell and how what's going to happen. But it's tough, man, to imagine exactly where the scene could have been placed in the original cut without breaking up the flow of the ending. But now that
placed right at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Broke up the flow. It was that Multiverse of Madness trailer that had no business being there. I don't know why that was there.
Thank you.
That had nothing to do with anything.
Nope. It was just a fucking commercial. It was a shameless goddamn commercial. And but now they're replacing that with this. And so leaving the trailer after the credits, would have been an odd decision, making the replacement a logical one. And then the same leak promised plenty more to come from the More Some Stuff version, including new scenes with Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man in the movie, and all the multiverse hopping villains. You got Charlie Cox's Matt Murdock, Daredevil. So fans have a lot to look forward to with these 11 minutes of new footage. And I'm wondering, like, you remember when we saw like the tear in the universe, you could see like characters like
silhouettes,
right, Rhino and all these other characters that they never brought into the movie, but we saw them there. Like Craven was there, like characters that fucking we want to see. So maybe they do something.
I don't know. I feel like
Maybe
they might leave that open to interpretation. I don't know if they're
And they might.
actually gonna like zoom in or whatever. That would be cool if they did. I'll catch that on YouTube. I'm not paying another like $20 to see that,
Word.
but that would be cool.
Yeah, Dex, what about you? Would you I mean, I assume you saw that movie in the theater?
No Way Home. Not No Way Home. Yeah, No Way Home. With the 3 Spider-Mans in it, with all 3 of them.
Yeah, did you see it?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of YouTube watched it. I've become a master at putting together the clips.
Right.
Thumbs up.
I know.
I think we have to take it back to Kevin Feige's decision, or I think he spearheaded it. But to bring the multiverse into it, it kind of takes. I mean, how can I say this? It kind of brings like a nothing really matters now. I mean, what does it matter if we lose T'Challa if we can go get him from another planet or something? So I think when
it takes away the stakes.
When they made a conscious decision, like Game of Thrones wouldn't be what it was if we could just get another one. Every time somebody died, we could just get another one. So I think that they may need to I think they may need to do something. Because it does remove the stakes. And I think they knew that they were going to lose a portion of the core fan base, but I knew that they knew that they were going to trade it, that portion that they lost, a bigger, wider
group of more.
And I think that they're tired.
I mean, it really opens the door.
I think they're tired of disappointing. No, you're okay. I think they disappointed. I think they disappointed the core comic book. They're tired of disappointing the core comic book fans. And the way to stop doing that is to appeal to a wider audience that are not as comic book oriented. So if the movie's aimed at nerds, we need to have this thing really accurate. If the movie's aimed at just casual moviegoers, it doesn't have to make as much sense and things like that. And I think that you can do that in the Spider-Man movie. But when you come to some of the more serious characters, some of the more serious storyline, like X-Men, for instance, I'm curious to see how they're going to handle that because, just curious to see. Just curious to see how they do it. So I think that the No Way Home was excellent. I think it was an excellent movie. I think it had a lot going on. I think they were more on the right track with that one than the multiverse, the Wanda movie featuring Doctor Strange.
Agreed.
So I think they're finding their way. I do think they're going to have to curve or find a way to bring it down to one universe before people can start really, really caring again. Especially after they showed us what they do when they bring somebody over from another universe. They usually kill them right away. Which has no stakes to it because they could be in the next movie from another universe. So I do think they need to curve that to bring the stakes back in so that we care. The audience cares.
Yeah, because once they created that, it was like the license to retcon. They can just anytime they want to fix something, just say it's different because
they did it so right with Spider-Man. I mean, Spider-Man just has so much leeway where you can really appeal to both the comic book fans and the casual audience, if you do it right. And I feel like they did it right with No Way Home. But, just having the multiverse now, you're calling this the multiverse saga. And it's just opened the door for lazy writing, which has been apparent so far. So hopefully that fixes itself. I don't know if it will, but it's just they got to get it together.
I think they are going to fix it. I watch All Fires, or as you guys may know, Everything Always. And if there had been footage out, trust me, he would have had the footage if it had already been released. He's the guy from All Fires is really on it.
He's definitely got some sources. Yeah,
I think they're coming towards to getting rid of it because the Incursion is an event where universes basically crash into each other, and if you know about the Incursions from the comics, it will bring it down to single universe. So I think they are I think they are going to get rid of the multiverse thing, and they're going to do it through incursions.
No. My favorite, bro, one of my favorite fucking comic stories is Hickman's Avengers and the incursions and the Illuminati. And when I heard it, and when I found out they were doing this, and I started to see the little teases of the Illuminati, first thing popped in my head was the incursions, Jonathan Hickman's thing, and I'm like, yo, they're gonna do this. This is fucking great. And then we got what we got, but they did hint at the incursions. We did get at least a sampling of a part of the Illuminati. And so I think you're right, Dex, and I hope you're right, and I hope that they do go into Hickman's story, man, because that shit is phenomenal.
I hope so
even
too.
If they go all the way in it, even if they don't dive all the way into it, I like the fact that because the incursions, incursion is just what it says. The incursions are just universes smashing into each other, and one of them has to go, or both of them end up being gone. So a good thing to take the multiverse aspect out of the MCU would be just go ahead and launch the incursion story to where we absolutely get down to one universe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the only way we're gonna. Only way
right now the multiverse is looking like a crutch right now for
EMC. So you got the 616. You got the 616, which is the main Marvel universe, which they said that the Iron Man and Civil War, and Thanos, all that happened in the 616. And you have I don't think it was the Ultimates universe that the Illuminati were in. I think the Ultimates universe we haven't seen yet. And the Ultimates universe is where
we've seen some stuff, because they take some stuff from the Ultimate Universe.
They pick and choose.
Like fucking Nick Fury is Black Nick Fury is from Ultimate. That's from the Ultimate Universe. That's
that is from the Ultimate Universe. Yep.
Yeah. So they definitely have taken aspects from the Ultimate Universe for a lot of the MCU. That's one of their main sources. Actually,
have we seen any Ultimates characters? Because we know that the Ultimate Thor is a lot different from the 616 Thor.
Yeah.
We know that.
Yeah.
So,
no,
I
know Fury. Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of who from the Ultimate full character.
Outside of Fury, I can't think of anyone.
Right.
Because they're all so vastly different from the Ultimates. So.
Yeah, didn't they just have one? They had an animated movie called The Spider-Verse, and I think that Miles Morales would be from Ultimate Universe too, right? The Black Spider-Man.
Miles Morales is from the Ultimate Universe. Yeah, Ultimate. Where he came out. Yeah, so he's from the Ultimate Universe for sure.
I don't know if that was considered MCU or did Doctor Strange.
That's its own thing. Yeah, that's its own thing.
That was Spider-Verse. Yeah, that was Spider-Verse. Okay.
Yep. That's its own thing.
Sony's they got their paws on that one. They said, no.
Yeah, Sony's not letting Spider-Man go.
Well, I'm glad, because the best Phase 4 movie thus far was the Spider-Man.
Yeah. And people don't want to admit it, but a lot of that success had to do with Sony, point blank period.
I don't think that fans.
What's up, Panda?
I don't think that enjoyed watching Wanda just destroy the Illuminati like that.
No,
I
didn't. I thought that was fucked up.
I was like, what is going on? What is this?
That shit corny, bro. Come on, bro.
Well, the thing is
we really implode his own head. Even if Mr. Fantastic was dumb enough to give her the fucking way to kill him, he's not dumb enough to make a fucking sound in his head when his mouth is shut. He's not. Black Bolt's very fucking intelligent. He's one of the.
Well, yes, he is. He's also one of the best hand-to-hand fighters in the Marvel universe. But I think it's less on that. That's a given. But the fact that there were 4 of them there, and if you kind of look at the footage, when she destroys, Reed, everyone just stands there. They kind of just stand there.
Right.
Yeah.
And then of course, who is left? The 2 women. Of course. It's just like, all right, well, whatever.
Yeah, you know what that's about. Yeah.
And I think they should have been. I think they should have been a lot more clear on why Captain Marvel, Monica Rambeau, wasn't able to do anything. And it just wasn't clear. I know from being a comic book head and from just watching it over and over that the reason why Monica Rambeau was able to be overpowered, but the reason why she was overwhelmed is because Wanda started stealing her power. She drained her power from her.
Yeah, yeah. During the fight.
That's why Monica Rambeau got killed by the statue and all that stuff. Because a lot of fans were like, how do you go from flying through spaceships to being crushed by a statue that's not too much larger than you? Well, when she flew through the spaceship, she was binary. The statue fell on her. She was an ordinary human being. So,
yeah,
because Wanda just got her right together before she shot that statue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, Wanda, she's just never been somebody who can go against the Illuminati. She's never not without plot device or not without plot armor. She's never been able to go against an entire Illuminati.
No, fuck no.
I think that one of the reasons that they made Strange the person that was defeated over there is because Strange would have been able to just negate her powers or neutralize them while everybody else took care of her. But if we make Strange the person who was already defeated, now we don't have anybody to counteract her magic, and she can take out the Illuminati. It just kind of seems convenient to me.
A little bit. Little convenient.
How convenient that the only one that can neutralize, or the only one that can negate or neutralize or even occupy you while everyone else takes you down, that's the guy that was already defeated. So I kind of it's got its pluses and it's got its negatives, you know.
Yeah. Yep. Very coincidental there. Yeah. So well, just to sort of hop on a little bit of what do you call it? MCU shit. The what do you call it? Thor: Love and Thunder crap. Cut a major Planet Hulk setup. It fucked us. So if you were hoping for that, it cut it. Thor: Love and Thunder cut some major setup from the final cut of the MCU movie. The Hulk has probably been the most disjointed character in the MCU. A lot of people disappointed with his narrative running in the background through several other movies, which is all based and because of the lack of distribution rights Marvel has on the Hulk from Universal Pictures. Paramount has first refusal due to deals that predate the MCU, so they're allowed to have final say. Hulk can't do a single movie by himself. He can't be the main character, and this led to one of the most popular Hulk events of all time, Planet Hulk, being absorbed into Thor Ragnarok. That's why they absorbed it in the story instead of making its own thing, because they don't have the rights to do it as its own thing. In the story where the Hulk became the Grandmaster's champion on planet Sklar. So evidence is building that Marvel intend to revisit Sakaar, either reprising the Planet Hulk story or telling a version of its sequel comic book event, World War Hulk, that everybody wants. So She-Hulk, She-Hulk Attorney at Law, episode 1 revealed that the Sakaran spaceship's unexpected arrival on Earth was responsible for the car crash that led to Bruce's blood mixing with that of his cousin and creating She-Hulk. So episode 2 went a step further in a striking scene in which the Hulk was shown how to be aboard that Sakaran vessel, presumably heading back to Sakaar. And it really does look as though Marvel is setting up a Planet Hulk movie or a Disney Plus TV show, which would have been dope. And all this makes it rather surprising that Thor: Love and Thunder cut some major Planet Hulk setup. A number of the concept artists have released art for a sequence that was cut from the film, in which Thor and his allies traveled to visit Jeff Goldblum's Grandmaster on the Moon of Shame. And the Grandmaster seems to have suffered terribly after the revolution on his planet, on Sakaar, and most of his body is replaced with cybernetic parts, and reminiscent of the Planet Hulk villain, the Red King, right, from the comics. And then the sequence would have been set after Thor's visit to Omnipotent City, where the Grandmaster's agents are shown, working on Korg after his body was shattered by Zeus on Omnipotent City. And this was originally intended to be the place where Thor empowered, the Asgardian children to battle the shadow monsters. But like, why did it cut the setup, man? And I want to show you this dope little picture, if I can get it. But
I mean, Honestly, with how that movie turned out, I'm glad they did, because even with what they had, it was a hot ass mess. So it's just, that's okay. They don't need to include the Hulk, who really has nothing to do with anything.
Well, they're giving Thor new powers without explaining them. In order
a
for
whole
him
lot
to,
with Thor without explaining it.
right, in order for him to imbue the kids with the power of Thor, why didn't he do this exact same thing when T'Challa yelled "E Bombay"? They all could have had power as well.
Yeah, and it's like you said before about these convenient fucking the plot devices and conveniences that would be so helpful or seem to work in their favor. But the MCU is often criticized for its episodic nature, with each film feeling more like an episode of an ongoing TV series, which I love about it, but than a standalone movie. And I love that about the MCU, how the shit's all connected and it's all part of a large story. That's probably my favorite thing about the whole thing. But given that's the case, but it's surprising to see the a major MCU setup like that cut. I mean, there's so much wrong with this movie. They cut all the wrong shit. They left in all the dumb shit. Presumably the sequence felt superfluous and unnecessary as regards of the Thor: Love and Thunder's main plot. Did they have a plot? I don't know. And it was so this was cut. And that's probably for the best, though, like you said, and probably allows for the film to stand alone, or to stand as more of a distinct, discrete entity, which it should just be banished from existence. But certainly Mark Ruffalo is keen on the Planet Hulk plot. Mark Ruffalo actually said, I do think that the trip to Sakaar is a good place to start, and what that means to the idea of what the fans have been asking for. He said, well, this is what he observed in the interview. And then he said the idea of Planet Hulk or World War Hulk, or just the journey that Banner and Hulk have to make to come to peace with each other. That's, I guess the interesting question is whether Marvel envisioned the Grandmaster as the villain of such a Planet Hulk arc, as hinted in the concept art. Given obvious comparisons between this new Grandmaster and Sakaar's twisted ruler, the Red King from the comics. That I would much rather see, but they kind of mix up characters in the MCU. They'll take aspects of this character, aspects of that character, and make up a whole new fucking character. Right. So, but while this may have been cut from Thor: Love and Thunder, it doesn't necessarily, mean that the ideas have been dropped. So they still probably could do this stuff, but it's just another example of how this movie fucking, dropped the ball,
I mean, that all sounds really interesting, especially with the Grandmaster. It's like, my only thing is, like, even if they want to do World War Hulk or Planet Hulk, or whatever, that means that Hulk is going to yet again be regressed. And that's okay if you can explain it. And Marvel or the MCU does not have a good track record with explaining these huge shifts in Hulk / Bruce Banner. Like, at every point, it has not been explained. So it's like, okay, if you want to do this, that's fine. But you need to make sure ahead of time that you can actually properly flesh it out. And if you can't, don't do it. It's not even worth it. Like, don't do it.
Right. And it's like, the reason why Marvel, why you have to do Hulk the way you're doing him. It's not going to change. This is going to be the case. So like you said, Sada, why not come up with a really fucking well-written explanation for all this shit? You should do that, because I could see if you maybe you didn't know, or you thought maybe this was going to change soon. You don't want to, Universal ain't letting go of the rights. That. I mean, they're not.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think they kind of look at the money that the MCU makes, and they kind of I don't think that people think about, or we think about, their budgets, and how much it costs to get people like Jonathan Hickman to come back, right? That would cost probably a lot more than their budget. So I think that they get writers now who are not as involved or as caught up as they should be, and you can't. I mean, if you want to get a drama writer for a comedy thing, sometimes that works, Sam Rank, sometimes it works. But if you're when it comes to a comic book movie that's part of a larger universe,
Yeah,
if it's just one-offs, then you can get anybody if they're one-offs. But when it all needs to make sense, we do need to have writers that maybe read comic books a little bit.
Yeah,
like
or,
maybe
at the basic level, watch the movies beforehand. Study these characters in these other films leading up to this point, so you know what you're writing and how you're writing this person. Like every time I look at a Phase 4 project, I'm like, did you watch what came before? Because this is not the same person.
Because it's not even as like they don't even have to get deep into the comics. All you gotta do is fucking pay attention to the last movies. Like it's not even that deep, and they can't even do that little bit. And
God damn.
For Thor to be able to pass out the power of Thor, like it's like you gave everybody a little hammer. For him to be able to do that,
you get a hammer, and you get a hammer, and you get a hammer.
You need to explain why he did not do this earlier. You need to explain it. You know.
Yep. You need to say like he just came up with the ability to be able to do this, like for whatever reason. He just now is able to pass it out for whatever reason. That's what they need to explain because, like you said, man, the Black Panther. I mean, there's so many situations, and it's basic continuity. It's basic continuity. All you gotta do is watch the fucking previous shit that you're writing about. I mean, any writer should always know their subject. You should know it well. You should know all about your subject that you're talking about. You know, if you're writing about horse racing, you should probably have been involved in horse racing in your life at some time. You know, if you want to write something about something you've never experienced, cool, but do the fucking research. Because if you're writing about these comics, this shit is on Google, it's on Wikipedia. You could read, you don't have to literally like go find these comic books and read them. Just fucking Google the information. I mean, it's all out there, you know, especially now with the popularity.
They don't even have to Google it anymore. They can just literally get on YouTube.
Right.
Comic Explained or the comic story, and I mean, just do a little homework. I just don't understand, and I don't even blame the writers. I can't blame the writers because, obviously, the person who put you in charge or the person who put you in the position, they had
the writer gonna get away with what they can get away with. Yeah, the writer's gonna get away with what they can get away with, and do the least amount of work for the most amount of money. So the people,
or it's one of those things to where they didn't know that you didn't know because they didn't know.
Exactly, and
how in the world did you not know that Incredible Hulk didn't wear a cape? How did you let that guy write that unless you didn't know that Incredible Hulk didn't wear a cape?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it play out live with She-Hulk. Every episode, the writers are coming out with tweets or statements just proving that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I'm like, how are you writing a show that's a courtroom comedy supposed to be giving Boston legal, and you admit that you don't know how to write courtroom scenes, and I'm supposed to be confident in your show? Like, are you crazy? Who approved this? Like,
well, it's like the Star Wars Lucasfilm saying that we are purposely hiring writers that aren't fans of Star Wars, that don't know anything about Star Wars, because so we can get a fresh take. Oh, fucking backwards. Yeah, so you can manipulate them and have them push whatever agenda you want to push. That's what that is.
Correct. Correct. You will not get Jonathan Hickman them to do that.
Oh no.
Right.
And that's why what's his name from Ant-Man, who was supposed to originally direct Ant-Man, who was that? Edgar Wright. He ended up falling out because of creative differences.
Yeah, creative difference.
He knew what was up.
You didn't want to have to pump that woke bullshit, and that's what this shit is saturated with. But speaking of the Hulk and Dex, we had this conversation the other day. I did a little research because I was thinking like we know Juggernaut, like we was saying who could win, Juggernaut or Hulk, and we was like Juggernaut because of whatever reason, like we and I thought Juggernaut too.
The question was who eventually wins? Who eventually wins?
Right, who eventually would win, right? And so a little reason, Hulk versus Juggernaut has actually had many a battle, so we can actually research this. And it's safe to say that Hulk, and so what it
I would say Hulk, but maybe.
Well, here's what, and you wouldn't be wrong because let me get to the point where it says it. Where is it? They literally listed.
Their most
So
relevant.
even though Juggernaut shown that he can win against the Hulk, he's only won twice out of like their 9 fights. And there's always a technicality. Juggernaut's first win was only due to facing Hulk's weaker Professor Hulk persona during their fight in the Incredible Hulk number 402, meaning Juggernaut is indeed stronger than Professor Hulk. Kane Marco also stops the Green Monster in Juggernaut number 2 by Fabian Nicieza. Juggernaut ends up stopping Hulk, but it's entirely because of Damage Control, which is that one, the company that goes through and cleans up after superheroes. Marvel. Before their interference, Hulk is actually about to defeat Juggernaut. In every other contest, from World War Hulk, X-Men number 3 to Incredible Hulk number 457, whenever they don't end in a draw, Hulk triumphs. According to one comic book fan's research on Hero Envy, Hulk and Juggernaut have fought a total of 11 times in the comics as of 2021. Although their power is nearly even, their fights end in draws 5 of these times. Hulk currently has 4 victories next to Juggernaut's 2 victories. In addition to this final tally, fans should consider that Hulk has an unfair disadvantages during his losses. These two Marvel Comics superpowered savages will inevitably meet again, but as of now, Hulk is still the strongest one there is.
So I guess with prep time, Juggernaut has a chance.
Maybe.
No, if you go to any, I like to use Comic Vine. I'm just old school. If you go to any Comic Vine or any debate forum, what they're gonna say is that they both can survive without oxygen, food, or water. Both of them could just sit in space and survive it. Both of them have basically unlimited strength, and both of them have the way. But where they differ at is the durability. Juggernaut has never been knocked unconscious.
Right.
The Incredible Hulk has been knocked unconscious by Steve Rogers with his shit. So if we're coming to who gonna rip who head off, we don't know about that, but we do know that take the comic book, take the writers out. You have 2 guys who are basically the same, but one of them has shown stats. One of them has shown capacity to be knocked unconscious more than one time. The other one has never been knocked unconscious.
Yeah, and it's safe to say that Hulk confronting Juggernaut is the epitome of an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object in Marvel Comics. Bruce Banner's gamma-powered strength and Kane Marco's mystical abilities drawn from the Gem of Sidorak define the strongest might Earth 616 has to offer. The two have squared off many times in the comics before, but when determining every factor, it's clear that one of these powerhouses reigns supreme over the other. The two titans first fought in the Incredible Hulk number 172 by Roy Thomas, Steve Englehart, and Herb Trimpe. Although Hulk manages to remove Juggernaut's helmet, Juggernaut isn't down. Just as an angry and helmetless Juggernaut gets up to charge at Hulk, the X-Men show up and mentally incapacitate the charging brute. Since then, they've managed to face each other several times. So after Hulk and Juggernaut's several rematches over the years, who wins more fights? When it comes to physical strength, Hulk might actually be the strongest one there is, as he regularly tends to claim. As mentioned, Hulk and Juggernaut's first fight, Hulk 172, doesn't technically finish. However, Hulk does come out unscathed. Meanwhile, Juggernaut loses his helmet. World War Hulk X-Men number 3 marks another milestone for Hulk as he successfully stops a charging Juggernaut. This feat means that even though Marco's mystic strength deems him unstoppable, writer Christos Engage shows that Hulk does indeed have the overwhelming power to thwart Juggernaut's supernatural rules. Even though Juggernaut has shown he can claim against us, and then that's what I read before. So, and this right here proves that it's the writer. See, it's his writer, Christos shows us that Hulk indeed. So you can say he overwhelms, thwarts his rules, but the Juggernaut's rules is that he's unstoppable. That's his magical rule. So technically, no, that's false, but it's been written that way. So
if you look at the Thor and Juggernaut fight, I think the very first one, Thor was unable to hurt Juggernaut until he commanded Mjolnir to fly around him in circles at light speed and negate his force field. When he dropped his force field, Thor was able, it drops for about 60 seconds, and Thor was able to remove his helmet and put the dukes on him and was finna deliver the knockout blow to him, but the force field came back up and it blocked that last knockout blow punch. I said all that to say this. Different writers write that force field out. Juggernaut does have force field. There is no way that Incredible Hulk can neutralize the force field. He can't get his helmet off, and he cannot neutralize the force field. So Juggernaut don't take any damage at all until you can't even touch him until you negate the force field. And this was in a Thor. This was in a Thor comic book where he fought the Juggernaut. And what I'm saying is Hulk can have damage done to him. He doesn't have a force field, and he can be knocked out. You can't even lay a finger on Juggernaut until you negate and find a way to depower his force field. So if both of them are written to their maximum ability, there's no way that he could beat the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut takes no physical damage. He has unlimited stamina, unlimited endurance. That's why I said eventually, if you put them both on planet Mars and only one of them can leave, eventually Kane Marcos wins. I love Bruce, but Kane Marcos wins eventually.
That's exactly what I thought, but like that's what they're saying. In this one, he removed his helmet the first time they fought Incredible Hulk number 172, but then that was sort of the end of it. But yeah, I mean,
I didn't know he had like a force field. So
I didn't know.
But like, remove his helmet for what reason? Even when he gets Juggernaut's helmet off, he don't have any telepathic attacks. He can't do anything to him mentally.
I don't know what he did. It just says
they said that because this article is biased. That's why they said that. There's no reason to include that. Oh, but he manages to remove the helmet.
Yeah, because that didn't mean anything. Although Hulk manages to remove his helmet, Juggernaut isn't down.
And they're trying to frame it as like a victory for Hulk, and it's not. Yeah, the fight never finished.
Exactly. He removed his helmet. That means nothing. Now,
if he got Professor X or he got Emma Frost there with them, then that is a step toward victory. When they're just going at it by themselves, he can remove his whole helmet. He can't do anything to his head. The Juggernaut, Kane takes no physical damage. We've seen Incredible Hulk be knocked out. We've seen that. Thanos just knocked him unconscious.
Actually, that was bullshit. That was.
Well, Reno, I think that me and you, but I think it's pretty well established that Thanos is smarter and stronger and has a better fighting technique than Incredible Hulk. He did knock him unconscious, and I can show you scans where Thanos has Incredible Hulk on a leash like a dog.
No, Thanos. It just rubbed a lot of people the wrong. No, and also we as comic fans and as comic nerds and historians and shit, and we know that, but like it rubbed a lot of fans and people the wrong way just to see this guy who's supposed to be the Hulk just get duked out like he's a fucking chode, and it just a lot of people without knowing all the shit that someone like you or I or Sada might know. The average fan doesn't know that, and they're just like, "Oh, Hulk I thought Hulk was the Hulk, and now he just got whooped like a chump." Listen, and people thought it was just weird; they didn't get it.
Yeah, because they've been foaming at the mouth for the Hulk from 2008.
But they did that perfectly. They did that perfectly. They showed him parrying his shots. He was blocking the shots. They showed it, and for anyone who has a problem with it, once you look up Thanos, you see that he is stronger than the Hulk. He is. Yeah. If Thanos can fight, Thanos has beaten all the Avengers by himself before.
Especially with the gauntlet, he had.
I just wanted to see them duke it out.
Even without the gauntlet,
Thanos kicking his ass.
I know.
To see him duke it out on screen, we were robbed of that.
we were, and it's sad.
And then Thanos kicks his ass. I'm fine with that.
I think that people wanted to see the rematch, and everyone thought that in Endgame, Hulk would get at least 10 seconds by itself. Hey man, you gotta give
They said no.
30 seconds, But it would have been even worse the second time. It would have been even worse the second time. Hulk wouldn't have got no. Yeah. We've seen once they squared off and they both were paying attention to each other, Hulk could not land one blow. So the second fight, Hulk wouldn't have landed a single blow either.
And then Hulk was but him being scared to come out and all of that dumb shit. That was just dumb shit. Marvel. That's not comic accurate. That would never happen. That was completely MCU bullshit.
I don't know, but I think it's established though that he wasn't scared to come out. He was tired of Bruce getting him in situations to where he just got to jump out of bed and fight everybody. He don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, whatever excuse or reason they came up with it, the real reason why
it did look like he was scared, but I think he just was.
Hulk was mad at Bruce.
Yeah,
he was like,
he
I'm
wasn't
not
scared of
coming out.
Thanos. He was mad at Bruce.
Yeah. Right,
Yeah,
but
he was
people
like, "Fuck you, I'm not
people
coming
took
out."
it as him being scared and all of that, but it was that was the reasoning that he was mad. But the actual reason why they did it was because of rights, shit that was with Universal, and reasons that they couldn't have him do certain shit with certain characters.
Oh yeah,
and they Marvel just they should have explained it.
Yeah,
Poorly explained. They should really explain.
So that's
exactly
where all that came from.
They do really need to do better.
But I think they did explain why Thanos. I think they did explain why Thanos was able to beat him. Thanos is calculated. He's smarter and he's stronger and he's a better fighter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same reason it's the same reason that Deathstroke can beat Bruce whenever he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'd be like, put them two 1-on-1. Oh, that's true. He can take him down.
In a hand-to-hand fight, Batman ain't got nothing coming. But with prep time, of course, Batman can take out the Justice League. But
Well, that's funny how he can take out the Justice League with prep time, but I've never seen him take out Slade with prep time. Not even with prep time.
No, and we've never seen him take out the Justice League. But what they did was they showed that in one comic he was like
I've seen Slade. I've seen Deathstroke take out the Justice League by itself.
Have they? Yeah.
Yeah. Green Lantern picked him up with the construct. Deathstroke did a backflip, kicked him with both his feet, landed in a house, came through the roof. Aquaman came in there and said, "This house is pitch black, but compared to the bottom of the ocean, it's like you on stage at a Hollywood film." And he was able to snatch him out of the thing, and Slade made the house blow up and blow Aquaman out of it. He took the whole Justice League on by himself, except for Superman, I think, and Diana. So,
without 2 out of the 3 Trinity. Yeah, Deathstroke is wicked. Need people to stop sleeping on him.
I'm waiting for them to give him, just stop playing around and just give Slade his own movie.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we were we weren't even close. I mean, they had that one post-credit scene with the guy in the suit, but it meant squiddly do, so who cares? But they need to stop playing around. Like, it's the reason he was such a threat in all the way back to Teen Titans, a damn cartoon, and he was a threatening being. Like, we need to stop playing immediately.
Yeah, I see when I've actually seen on one I've seen scans to where I think they were called the Masters of Evil, and he was a part of a group. A Gargoyle was part of it. Slade was there. They had I think even the but one of the things that Gargoyle said to him was, I'm not taking orders from you. You're just a human. And within 2 seconds, Slade had him on his back with a blade to his throat. He said, I'm gonna let that one slide.
That's all it takes. All he needs is one little opening, and you're done. Like, it's over.
Yep.
I used to spend hours and hours on the Comic View debate forum. I think I probably read every battle on there twice.
Yeah.
And Slade is a buster. If you go to any debate forum, Slade pretty much beats everybody.
Sada's like a Teen Titans fan, so she really knows a lot about Slade and shit.
Little bit. I love Teen Titans. I really do.
Well, I seen on YouTube they had a death match. They had Wade Wilson versus Slade Wilson.
Really?
Wow. Yeah.
You see, it was pretty accurate too. Slade won. Well, Slade won the fight, but Deadpool actually won the death battle because Slade didn't know he was immortal, and I think he got back up and cut it and decapitated him.
Yeah,
but Slade beat him. Slade was dominating him the whole fight, just the same way it would be in real life.
Yeah, because Deadpool's. I mean, he's got cartoon powers. He can grow back from a drop of blood. If it's just one drop of blood left, he can come back from that. That's how crazy his healing factor. But it's all based on, like I call them cartoon powers. He can break the fourth wall. talk to the audience. He knows he's a comic character, shit like that. So he can produce sledgehammers out of thin air and all these kind of things. So beside the fact of being immortal, of course. But
that's pretty new. The Wade Wilson I remember was basically a mercenary. He could jump. He could release some kind of dispersed energy, and they kind of hit the ground like grenades. He could teleport, guns, bombs, swords, and he was a master hand-to-hand combatant.
Yeah. Well, now the teleporting is just
a comedy.
They took
pretty much.
Yeah, they took away his teleporting because that was a little tool that he had on his belt. That's what they retconned. They took away his teleporting and they made him just basically like a comedy character that was capable of anything and doing. But the original Deadpool, the New Mutants, Deadpool that came from what's his name? Rob Liefeld. The original guy was a totally different, like you said, he was a mercenary. He talked a lot of shit. He was crazy and shit like that. But he was just a guy that had, but he wasn't like a cartoon that broke the fourth wall and basically was like.
I was introduced to that Deadpool in Marvel's Ultimate Alliance, that video game. That's where I was introduced to the original Deadpool, and I like that one quite a bit.
Ultimate Alliance Part 2.
Me and Dex used to play the shit out of that game.
I still do.
Hell yeah, that was our shit. My favorite shit was still X-Men Legends, though. That's still my favorite.
Oh yeah, that's a great game. I have to get that again. That was.
I'm sorry. Sada, the one that introduced Deadpool was Ultimate Alliance Part 2. It was Legends 2. I'm sorry.
Legends, yeah.
Oh yeah.
X-Men Legends.
This
right here.
I haven't even seen 3 yet.
Oh, this is a comic. Yeah, 3. You haven't played 3 yet? Oh
no,
bro.
What, Alliance 3?
3 is dope. Yeah, Ultimate Alliance 3, the game.
Really?
Yeah, bro, I like that.
Is that the one that's just on the Switch, or is that?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. That's why I didn't get it. Because, you had to have the Switch. That's why.
Yeah, we had the Switch. So I think we bought the Switch for that game. Like that's how.
Yeah.
That's how we like. Yeah,
a lot of people
deep in
it. Sure.
We deep in the Ultimate Alliance. Fuck yeah. Yeah, they did.
You were the first one that showed me that you could get. You were the first one. I didn't believe you. I was like, "What? You can get Iron Man? He's not a mutant."
Yeah.
You had Reno had a modded Xbox with like I thought it was the coolest thing I ever seen in my life.
It was, bro. It was like 3,000 games. Like every Nintendo game, every Sega game, all the games were all just
every Super Nintendo,
every system, all downloaded on one old school.
I'm not even gonna say coolest game. I'm not even gonna say coolest game. That was like the coolest piece of technology I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Where did what happened?
Well, I ended up losing it. I had a storage facility that we lost, and it was a whole big thing. But that. You can get that, like you can still do that today. I mean, it's very simple now. Like Xbox 360s and Xbox Ones were way easier to mod, but you can still get modded Xboxes now, probably for next to nothing. I mean, it's not even a big deal anymore. But back when I had that shit, no one had that shit. Like it was like, what? Yeah, when I seen it, when I seen the guy with it, I'm like, dog. What the fuck? Like this is I've been dreaming about this since I'm a little kid. Like this is the ultimate thing right here. Like you got to tell me how to do it. He's like, bro, I'll sell you one. Or he's like, bring me your Xbox, I'll mod it out, pay me some money and give it to you. So that's what he did, man. And we used to get down on that motherfucker. But Dex, I wanted to show you some books, some comics, man. Since we was talking about X-Men and you missed the conversation. We was talking with Blurds R Us, my homeboy, and he was I'd never heard anyone say this, but in his opinion, or what he thought, that X-Men were racist and underlining like racism. And I was like, well, kind of the opposite. I said, actually, Professor X was modeled on Martin Luther King. Malcom X was modeled on Magneto was modeled after Malcolm X, and the Brotherhood was like the Nation, and the X-Men were like the civil rights movement, in an analogy of like the plight of Black America, whereas humans would be the white people, mutants would be the black people, and that kind of analogy.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it was. And so, so we was talking about that, but I know you appreciate these books right here.
Ooh, look
let me
at
blow
that.
up. Actually, guys, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. You guys chop it up for a minute.
Oh my God, you tease! You show that amazing comic book cover,
sorry.
and
I'll
then
be
you
right back.
leave. Oh my goodness! But yeah, he was saying that. He was saying like the X-Men were, I guess, subtly racist. I don't know where he got that from. He had like 3 different arguments at the same time, so I'm not really sure what was going on during that debate. I was like, I don't know how you got that when it was clear what the X-Men were an analogy for. It was very clear.
I think that sometimes, no matter how clear something is, I think that a lot of times you have certain people that just aren't going to get it.
That's true.
And you got to remember when somebody's a hammer in their eyes, everything's a nail.
Mm.
When you're a hammer, everything's a nail.
That's true.
So if you go out looking for, you go out looking for something, 9 times out of 10 you find it. If you approach every situation as this person may be autistic, then I think that you probably would find and run across a lot more autistic people. Just for example, if you think that everybody is maybe racist or everybody is maybe a bully, then you're going to run across a lot of bullies in your day. And I think it just goes all the way back to, I think it was Einstein, that we pretty much figured out that Adam is not even there until you look in that spot. Then the Adam kind of appears. But before you actually focus on that particular spot, the Adam isn't there. And I think that's what a lot of people do with the way that they look at things. Sometimes we will make things where there is nothing. Because, again, we're a hammer and we want everything to be a nail because, of course, we're a hammer. And that's the only thing that we can, that's the way we view the world. I'm a hammer, everything else is a nail. And it's just sometimes, and everyone's entitled to feel how they want to feel. But when we look at things very one-sided and lopsided like that, a lot of times we miss the important stuff,
Right.
And,
it's one thing to have like your opinion, but it's another to like just have that one-sided view of the world. That's not really the way to go.
Well, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion and to believe what they want to believe and to feel the way they want to feel. I mean, it's pretty much unanimous. Hip hop and the African American community was able to identify with the X-Men so much because of how it correlated with the civil rights movement and a lot of that going on.
Yeah, that's right. And a lot of people did. A lot of people saw it that way. That's why I was so like surprised to hear him say that, like confused, like what he meant by that.
Like 3 different arguments going on at the same time. So one just got like jumbled and the other, because I don't know what his original point was by saying that. So I didn't really know what was happening.
Yeah, because like as soon as he said it, I was like, what? Wait a minute. And then it kind of went from there. But okay, let's see. Let's look at these joints. So Dex, this is the trial of Magneto. So this is all current shit in the Isle of Krakoa, current Jonathan Hickman X-Men world and shit. And he kills I think they accuse him of killing Scarlet Witch. And it's a whole series. Trial of Magneto, that's number 1. And then this was dope. I know you'll love this shit. X-Men the animated series in a comic. So these are comics.
Slabbed.
Yep. It's straight out from so you see where it says Fox Kids. Wait. Right, they're Fox Kids. So these are the show put in comic form. And this is a new X-Men number 1 with a homage cover, and they're all on here drawn as they are in the animated series. This is Tooth and Claw. So that's also straight from the animated series in comic form. And you got X-Men Noir. And there's also there's a Wolverine Noir too. X-Men First Class. So this is
what
obviously
is the Noir?
What, the X-Men Noir?
Yeah, what's the Noir? Is that a storyline or
Noir is like, yeah,
alternate?
yeah, it's like taking place in like a noir detective thriller, right? So like black and white, like Humphrey Bogart, she walked into my club or something, that kind of shit. 1920s or whatever. And
Like Sim City type?
yeah, kind of in that era. And it's black and white. And but you mix that shit with mutants and what would go on, kind of at that time in the noir sort of vibe. And you see Cyclops here on the front with his fedora and like a pistol, so he's like a detective. And then this is First Class, right? Remember X-Men First Class, the movie? And that's
that's based on that.
Well, this is it's the same name, but
right.
That's the original team right there. Jean Grey, Beast before he had blue hair, when he was just like a regular, human skin tone, Caucasian, and then Iceman, and then Angel in the back. And then this is dope. Age of Apocalypse, the Trojan, right here. This is one of the dopest stories from the Age of Apocalypse universe. Then we got X-Men Gold, Mojo Worldwide Part 1. I love this because
the end of that story, the end of that X-Men Apocalypse, X-Men Age of Apocalypse, the end of that story is one of my favorite moments in comic books. They didn't really explain how Magneto was able to do it. But Apocalypse is basically wrecking everybody. And Magnus was able to use his magnetic powers, his powers over the electromagnetic spectrum, to rip him apart. And they did not explain that. I thought it was the coolest thing I ever seen, but they did not explain how he was able to rip Apocalypse apart, and why Apocalypse, who has control over his body on the molecular level, wasn't able to put itself back together again like Humpty Dumpty.
Right. Well, now I know Apocalypse is imbued with the with technology from
Celestial tech.
Celestial tech, and so maybe there was some metal in there. I don't know. Maybe he had some metal, but this is
Well, he just used it. It's not like armor or anything. It's the Celestial.
I know. But it's like he's got like wiring and shit. I mean, Magneto can tear you apart just from the iron in your blood. I mean, you don't have to have literal metal, Yeah, like Magneto can manipulate people just from the iron in their blood. Once he got really seasoned and able to really master his shit, he could do, from the most microscopic metal to the biggest, heaviest metal. This is X-Men
power. Eric had full power. Eric Lyncher can actually open black holes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once he mastered his shit, he was fucking he could right.
His control over the electromagnetic spectrum allows him to open black holes if he wants to.
Yeah, Magneto is my favorite. Is like one of my favorite characters of all time. Definitely, one of my favorite mutant characters. Fuck with Magnus hard. And this is from the Ultimate Universe, right? This is X-Men from the Ultimate Universe, and this is Cable Part 1 and Cable Part 2.
Ooh.
I know Cable is like my favorite character. Like Cable and Wolverine, that's my favorite characters.
And I don't understand that. I don't understand why you like him.
Why I like Cable? I love Cable, dog. Cable, man. He's just like this old bastard. He's this old, crusty fucking war-seasoned veteran from the future, fucking grumpy old fucker with mad fucking skills, bro. I fuck with Cable, man. I read the whole Second Coming, the Messiah Complex, Second Coming Revelations. I got all them shits, man. Cable is like early one of my favorites.
Did you see? Did you see Deadpool 2?
Yes. Yeah,
remember when Cable was fighting in the prison with Deadpool?
Yeah.
And Cable dropped his gun, and Deadpool picked up his gun.
Yeah, that's Cable from the movie. This is a different Cable. I mean, the Cable from the movie, I'm not that big of a fan of how they did him in the movie, and I'm also not a fan of when they made him a young guy in this new current X-Men with Hickman's Krakoa. They tried to make him a young version. They made him a young guy, and his young self came back in time and killed the old Cable, and then we were supposed to follow this stupid ass storyline with this corny young soft Cable kid, and no one liked it. It ran for however many months, and they had to go back and give us back our old Cable again. So Cable is back in the comics now, and we can all sigh a breath of relief. But this Cable from the movie,
I like him.
Poor. He was good, but it was just a poor representation of Cable's full abilities. But it was dope, and I fuck with the actor, and I like the portrayal, and of course, it's my favorite character. So
I liked him. I liked him better as Cable than I liked him as Thanos.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. My thing with Thanos was he should have had no pupils. Okay, to make him seem more intimidating, less human, less relatable, and they just because they wanted to make Thanos this relatable villain where you understood why he wants to kill half the population, and he's got good intentions and all of it. But in the comics, he has no good intentions. He wants to kill half the population to impress Death because he's in love with her, and he wants to impress Mistress Death. Like you know what I'm saying? Right. They changed, they took all that from him, and in my opinion, weakened him, but. Yeah, so I definitely like
that's on trend with literally 90% of the Marvel villains.
Thank you. Exactly.
That's on trend.
And this is one of the X-Men #1 covers. So X-Men #1 by Jim Lee, which is my favorite little run. The Jim Lee X-Men, one of my favorite. I like the Hickman too, but from the 90s, and they made several different covers for issue #1, and this is just my favorite one of those because it's got Magnus looking all boss right there. And then we got New Avengers #20 with a sick ass Magnus cover right there.
Yeah,
and we got Magneto. Magneto has his own comic. Magneto's own comic right there.
Ooh, I like that.
I know, I love this right here. It's like embossed.
Yeah, that
like
looks
raised up.
Great.
And then X-Men Black #1 Magneto. He's got it. So they made a few different Magneto series, and then there's this one. So this is Magneto as well, one of his own series. And this is where he wears the black costume. This is Magneto in the black suit. And there he is, looking like Death. You know what I mean? And then this series right here, X-Men Legends. This is so cool to me because what they did was these are just now coming out. I think they're on issue 12. And what these are is they're X-Men stories for the people that don't like the new Krakoa stuff and they miss X-Men, the X-Men of the 90s. So what they did is they go back and they make new stories that take place in the 90s era X-Men world.
Right, at that time.
Yes, and so that's like a really cool breath of fresh air. I really love those for that reason. This is just one of the cooler covers with my dude, Lady Deathstrike and Omega Red and Wolverine right there on the variant cover. This is just an example of right here. This is the newest shit. Well, before we jump to that, this is Inferno. This was the second to the. This was kind of how the Krakoa shit was the last Krakoa shit was coming down to an end. Some of these covers are dope. There's Magnus with the all black. I love that one, and I love this one. You got Nimrod. Fucking Nimrod is an underrated beast. And Dex, that's Professor X with the helmet thing on his head. That's Cerebro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right.
So he's figured out he's invented a mobile Cerebro, so he can just wear it now. He just walks around with Cerebro on his head.
I think that's what he was wearing when Cyclops killed him, right?
Yes.
When Scott finally killed him, I think he was wearing that.
And then this is X-Men Red. This is just one of the newest joints series that are out right now in X-Men. I love that cover of Storm right there.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that.
Red and then Aurora. Another great Magneto cover right there.
That's Tarn, the mutant guy, ain't it? On the cover with him on the last one.
Oh, in the background, that guy right there.
In the upper left-hand corner.
That guy.
Yeah.
Looks like Gore. Looks like Gore the God Butcher.
Yeah, look, I think that's Tarn, the mutant god. I think Magneto killed him by putting his own helmet on the dude's head and smashing his head with his own helmet.
Look, there's dope. There's Cable right there. Off rip. See, they got him back. He's now an old dude again. Yeah, man.
But
These are the.
Him and Deadpool were in the prison fighting, and Deadpool had a hold of his gun. Like if you turned just a blink, you missed it, and all of a sudden, Cable had his gun back, and people were like, "How did he get his gun back from Deadpool?"
Time slide.
No, he's a telekinetic. His telekinetic powers are always keeping the techno-organic virus from taking over his body.
Bay. Right,
but he can take it off for a minute, snatch a gun from you, and then resume what he was doing, and that's exactly how.
Yeah,
he got
he just can't use the powers like all the time because he's got to keep him on, keeping that virus at bay. If he was able to, if he didn't have to do that, he would be Strife. I mean, Strife is basically.
I was just gonna say he would be what we already know. He'd be Strife.
Hell yeah. This I'm trying to see if that. See the dude's name. Blah, blah, blah. Mine, blind. Very clever, but I learned a lesson. Part of my gift. I stole yours. Vulcan is dope too. He's a dope, underrated character.
Scott's Alex brother, the youngest brother.
Yeah, and he's a beast in this shit. And he was, I mean, there was another story. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Trying to find somebody to say this dude's name. No. Demons, Crones, effect, listen about demons, Amenth, 2 weapons.
And piggyback of what somebody did last night.
He's a demon. I think he's a demon of Amenth.
Of what?
Well, all right. So there's Krakoa and then there's Araco. It's like another. It's like it's like the upside down of Krakoa, and there's these demons. And he's just one of those demons. Mutant demons. I mean, they're mutant. It's a lot to explain, but I don't think he's that character that you said. I think he's just one of these demons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I don't. I can't find out for sure. I didn't see it for sure, but yeah, the way it's playing out.
It's Tarn. You would have seen it's Tarn the mutant.
Tarn. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know Tarn. Yeah. No. I don't think so. Let's see. Boom. But yeah, man, that's them joints right there.
Very nice.
Yeah, you definitely been on it, bro. You definitely been on it.
Ugh, every time I look,
you got more than I used to have.
Oh, I tell you, man, I went nuts, man. After Rob from Comics Explained, big shout out to the Rob Core. After he put me on to House of X, Powers of X, like, cause I had been watching this channel. I've been watching, like, I was like, damn, I don't even got to read comics. I just watch fucking Rob break them down and shit, and that shit was like mad satisfying and shit, and
better than movies.
Word.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Word is bond. I sit there and watch Rob fucking break down comic stories and shit. Like, that shit is mad entertaining. And then yeah, he got to House of X, Powers of X, and I'm just like, my mouth was just on the floor watching him break it down, and I was like, I gotta fucking read this, dog. And I went to the comic store, and they had all 12. They had all 6 House of X. They had all 6 Powers of X, man. And I just bought them all real quick. Went home, read them shits, and after I read them shits, I was like, what's next? I said, what else did this guy? So this guy, Jonathan Hickman, that wrote these, he's a revelation. I'm like, what else did he write? So then I went up looking anything Jonathan Hickman wrote, and I started buying all that. So I bought everything Jonathan Hickman wrote, and then from there, I bought everything that came out after House of X, Powers of X, Dawn of X. You had Fallen Angels, you had Marauders, you had X-Men, you had X-Force. What's the other one?
I think it was
New Mutants.
That Sue Storm, her invisible, her force fields were actually her force fields were made from the same energy that the Celestials use. And this is why Sue Storm at one time was able to use her force field to amputate the hand of a Celestial. That was Hickman that explained how that happened.
Yeah, bro. Hickman, man,
Sue
he's
Storm is so powerful, and Hickman's
Yeah,
great.
she's kind of OP. She's kind of OP.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
another thing, a lot of people would probably be like, well, Wanda would get. No, she wouldn't. Sue Storm would
Yeah, who?
immediately.
Yeah, Sue Storm
Wanda.
would chop her up.
Yeah, she would immediately take care of Wanda immediately.
Yeah.
Wanda
Like,
would have
what?
to be able to see her. She would right as she lost sight of her, like where'd she go? She'd realize she was in a bubble that was getting smaller.
And then ploop, there she's gone.
Yep.
Especially
Right.
if she came after her for killing Reed. Oh, she's dead. She don't
Yeah.
have
Oh,
not
right.
even a dead.
Or let Sue create a bubble inside your brain and just let it expand and fucking bust your head open or your whole body. I mean, she could do that shit too. House of X, number 1. I gotta recommend this. Everybody, man, if you have not read House of X, Powers of X, this is the next thing you need to read. So it goes House of X number 1, and then you do Powers of X number 1. Then you read House of X number 2, and then you read Powers of X number 2. House of X 3, Powers of X 3, and you go like that. You stagger them, and that's how they came out. And I'm telling you, let me show you just so like when Jonathan Hickman writes a comic, and this is in all his writing, all of his comics, any comic by Hickman, you'll see what he refers to as white pages. And basically they are no pictures, no speech bubbles, just documents. Like these are files. Like this is the resurrection protocols. So this breaks down how the 5 mutants known as the 5, a group of 5 mutants that work in conjunction to produce a biological, husk, and then the other one, Gold Balls, he's capable of producing a limitless amount of unviable biological eggs. By himself, he's pretty much useless. He can just make an unlimited amount of biological eggs, like chicken eggs, but big ass eggs. That's all he can do by himself. That doesn't do a lot for anyone. But you put him together with Kevin McTaggart, who is capable of warping reality and transforming an unviable egg into a viable egg. And you put them with Joshua Foley, aka Elixir, who's capable of biologically kickstarting the process of life, initializing cell replication and husk growth. And you mix them with Tempest, who is capable of temporarily maturing a husk into a desired age. And then you put them with Hope Summers, who is capable of enhancing and synergizing the other resurrection mutants' powers to ensure the success of each resurrection. And now, anytime any mutant dies, all they got to do is, because Cerebro has the consciousness of all the mutants downloaded, and it re-downloads it like every hour or 3 hours or something like that. So if you die as a mutant, they take your consciousness as it was 3 hours ago out of Cerebro, they mix it with the biological of these 5 mutants, and they can reborn you, resurrect you. You can be born again. So now mutants are all, as long as mutants are in Krakoa, they're all invulnerable, or they're all immortal. They can all be brought back to life, and they've all been brought back to life several times now. We've had a lot of them have been killed. Even Professor X was killed during this time, got shot through the head. So many mutants have been killed and brought back to life, and basically they're invulnerable.
They can resurrect people, well, that's until the Eternals come kicking down the door and looking for the 5.
I mean, right? We'll see.
Well, they've already kicked down the door.
Yeah.
They're trying to make the Eternals a little more interesting. Good luck.
They can try.
Movie front.
Good luck.
They will try.
But I think they're off to a good start by saying that it was more Eternals than what we knew. There's always been more Eternals. There's more Eternals than what were sent to Earth. So now that they've done that, and they're saying that, yeah, there were big Eternals out there. There were Eternals that were the same size as the Celestials. Because if you think about, if you look at the issue where the Eternals basically rushed the island of Krakoa, and then when they were looking for the 5 so that they can end this rejuvenation process that the little X-Men have going on over there, they came with Eternals that were the size of Celestials. And I think it was Hope that said to everybody else, we are not ready for this.
Yes. No. Yeah. No, they're not ready, but they can get ready. The shit that they've done and the shit that Professor see and what another thing that House of X, Powers of X tells us and breaks down is how Moira McTaggart, who we all thought was just a human, is actually a mutant. Yeah, she's a mutant with the power to
be born
time
again.
travel, basically. Yeah, be born again and relive her same life from the time she was born. So, like, if she's born in, say, 1970 and she dies, she'll be reborn in 1970 with the consciousness and memory of her last life. So she can relive it, fix mistakes, solve problems, change things. And so she's relived her life so many times and had so many, fucked up, outcomes, and between her and Professor X working together, they were able to come up with, a proper way to do it. So, okay, let's let her die again and go through and do it right so that we get this result and future that we are looking for. And that's but that's what I'm talking about, man. Hickman gets deep like that. Like, you read a Hickman comic, it's not like a fucking regular superhero comic. This shit is sci-fi to the utmost, to the deepest level. So that's why he's my favorite. I got 3 favorite authors right now: is Hickman, Al Ewing, and Chip Zdarsky. I fuck with Ewing because he did Immortal Hulk and everything he's done since. He's so dope with bringing shit like he makes it feel like a vibe, almost like a Frank Miller, Sin City kind of vibe, like a old horror comic vibe. Like, he's just a very extremely talented writer. And then Chip Zdarsky, I read his Daredevil run, which made me a Daredevil fan. Like, I really didn't ever care about Daredevil too much until I read Zdarsky's run, and the way he wrote the shit, man, like a crime novel, like a dope crime movie, and he's phenomenal, like a crime writer, but doing comics. So that's, what I'm saying, and Ed Brubaker's kind of like that too as well. But those are my main trinity right there: Hickman, Ewing, and Zdarsky. What's this? So Spider-Man is Marvel's only hero who beat their strongest force twice. He beat the Phoenix Force, I guess, twice. Spider-Man may not be Earth's most powerful hero, but his quick wits and intelligence meant he defeated 2 of the X-Men's Phoenix 5. Okay. Spider-Man's so the X-Men's Phoenix Force, they had the Phoenix 5.
When the power that was during X-Men versus Avengers, where the power was divided between 5 of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then nobody expected him to actually beat 2 of the Phoenix 5, or rather trick 2 of them into defeating each other. Is basically what he did. And
they were ridiculously overpowered.
Right.
Yeah. And the Avengers were right in that story. The Avengers were right. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. We know you love Hope, but she can't control the Phoenix Force, and she could wipe out all life on this planet. So they were right to just ultimately neutralize her before this sort of thing happened. And it was just funny to see how the X-Men were so biased, because usually the utilitarianism, or whatever the word is, you have to go for the greater good. And just the fact that they were trying to protect her, knowing that the Avengers were right. So
right. Yep.
She was dangerous. She was a risk to everything. She was dangerous.
And that's, and I can admit that as even as a X-Men fan, like I'm definitely team X-Men over X-Men and Avengers, of course. But I can admit that. But there's Wolverine with the Phoenix Force, and Shang-Chi, I think, back there. And who is this over here? Damn, who is that? That's not Black Panther, is it?
You have a lot of people who think that the X-Men can beat the Avengers.
I mean, again, it's who's writing it, and it's what X-Men are we talking about, because it's such a big force that has had different people over the time. You take like all the Omega, mutants that have been in, you could make a dope team out of all the mutants we've ever seen that could beat the Avengers. I believe 100%.
Yeah, but if you do that with X-Men, then we get to do that with Avengers. Avengers are going to always win unless you include the Phoenix Force. If you don't include the Phoenix Force,
or
Avengers
Franklin
win.
Richards.
Well, that would be. I mean, if anything, he would be backing up the Avengers, not the X-Men. Maybe when he get older. Maybe when he gets older,
he's a mutant, and he wanted to be a mutant, and in fact, he wanted to go live on Krakoa with the mutants, but Reed Richards.
That's why I say when he gets older.
Yeah,
when he gets older.
Yeah. When he's old, not when he's little kid Franklin Richards. No, when he's like 20 something, 30 something, yeah.
If you got to remember, there's been comics where Iron Man has stormed the X Mansion, and he's went in there and looking for somebody or looking for questioning or trying to question somebody. And when Iron Man busts in there, it's literally like the Terminator busting in there. He'd be kicking mutants.
Yeah, bro. Iron Man is people underestimate the ability that he has with them suits, the shit that he's come up. Like some of his suits make him stronger than many of the characters in the Marvel universe at different times. He's actually been some of the strongest characters just with his fucking technology, and that's crazy.
Yeah.
Iron Man, I fuck with Iron Man.
I don't think the X-Men have an answer for Thor. They have an answer for Iron Man, but they don't have an answer for Thor. They don't have an answer for the Incredible Hulk. We've seen what happened in World War Hulk when he bent Colossus. He broke Colossus.
Well, if they take Juggernaut, if they have Juggernaut like the Brotherhood or something like that, I mean, he's not really a mutant, so.
No.
Yeah, he's not a mutant, so.
And
I mean, but you got Colossus.
Eric hates Kane. So.
Yeah, Eric hates Kane, and but I mean, you take. I mean, it's hard to say, man, because Professor X uses his shit right, and Magneto uses his shit right, and you got Omega level God powered fucking mutants out there. You talk about cats like Vulcan and Franklin Richards and some of these and a lot of people don't even know Iceman is could be a god.
Omega level, yes.
Gambit could be a god if he wanted to, and he has been in one time at one point. Gambit actually, which surprised me.
After Apocalypse amped him up.
Mm-hmm. I think he was called Sun God or some shit like that or something.
New Sun. What New Sun?
New Sun. Yeah, something like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, guys, man, it's 11 o'clock over here on the East Coast. I gotta get going, man. It's been a dope show. I don't know who's in the chat right now. I think everybody kind of left. We've been on for a while. It's 2 people in there. I don't know who y'all are, but whoever y'all are, man, thank y'all for hanging out and chilling. Peace, and we'll see you guys Saturday, man. Y'all already know every Monday, every Wednesday, every Saturday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until my schedule changes. That's where we at. So we'll see you guys Saturday, and we'll be back here for DC Power Hour. We're gonna talk DC and bust it up like that. So, Sada, Dex, y'all got anything y'all want to say before we go?
I don't think so. None on my end.
Dope show. I came in a little bit late. Definitely Saturday. DC got some great stuff planned for that. But yeah, dope. I definitely love it. I'm loving it.
All right, y'all. We will we'll see y'all then, man. Peace.
Peace.